later, but he has a very difficult family problem today he is dealing with, but we hope we will have him later.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Van Ortis. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about institutionalization of inequalities in science today. Now, from a big data perspective, what Professor Van Ortis asked me to talk about is how we can use big data to understand diversity, equity, and inclusion. What kind of variables are available? What is the size of the data? So what I'll show today is looking at millions of publication records and tens of thousands of survey respondents to shed light on inequalities in science, particularly related to gender. And the hope of this is that this can present several pieces of evidence that can be used in science policy making. So I hope that you will enjoy that. All right, so I like to start by framing it around the voice of a woman. Dr. Ruth Hubbard was the first woman at Harvard to receive tenure in biology, and that was in 1974. So that is relatively recent. And a few years after she received tenure, she was interviewed by the New York Times, and she said this: "Women and non-white, working class and poor men have largely been outside the process of science making. Though we have been described by scientists, by and large, we have not been the describers and definers of scientific reality. We have not formulated the questions scientists ask, nor have we answered them. And that this has undoubtedly affected both the content of science, but also the context of science." And this was a really interesting quote when I read it. Is that true? Does it matter whether there are men or women in science? If you're white or black in science, does it matter whose hands are holding the pipettes in the chemistry lab? Does that actually change what we know? Does that change the fabric of science? And so I was really interested in this perspective, not just diversity and equity inclusion from a justice perspective, that is giving opportunities for each individual to advance in any occupation that they want, but from a scientific perspective. Does it change what we know when we have different people doing science? So that's been an underlying question that has really motivated a lot of the research that Vincent and I have been doing together for the last 10 years. So what I'll show today is going to be a high-level overview of the work that we have just recently published in our book, Equity for Women in Science. So we're going to go through a lot of different variables quickly, from production to collaboration, contributorship, funding, mobility, scientific impact, and the social institutions in which science is conducted. The idea here is not to be comprehensive in each, but to really show you what kind of data is available, what kind of questions can we ask, and what kind of answers can we get. And we'll end with sort of a epistemic consequences. What are the consequences in science when we change who is asking the questions of science? So I'll start with one disclaimer, right? We're going to be using binary notions of gender here. There'll be a few slides on race, which are going to be using US classifications of science. And you may push back on these and say, well, are those classifications themselves right? Can we question the binary nature of gender? Can we question these classifications of race? Aren't race classifications socially constructive? And the answer to all of those is yes. These are highly problematic categories in and of themselves. But we follow D'Ignazio and Klein's assertion that counting and measuring don't always have to be tools of oppression, which historically they have been. But we can also use them to hold power accountable, to reclaim overlooked histories, and to build collectivity and solidarity. We are using these classifications from a macro level perspective to try to understand trends, to try to understand these disparities so that we can address them and find the mechanisms that contribute to them. So we'll start with production. I'll turn to Foucault, who famously asked, what does it matter who is speaking? And in the realm of scholarly communication, that matters a lot. Having your name on the byline of a paper is the currency of science. Then when that paper becomes cited, that's also currency. So these authorship things give a lot of ownership to it. It gives credit for a responsibility, but it's also that Janus-faced nature. It's both credit and responsibility. But this is the economy of reputation upon which science flows. Not only do you publish and get cited, but your ability to get funding, to get resources, other opportunities, often comes from having these publications. So as scientometricians, this is our main source of data, looking at these papers, looking at the bylines of these papers, and all the associated metadata that comes with that. But if we just look at production of paper, we can already observe a massive disparity. What you see here are countries across the world and the proportion of authorships that are from men, which is shown in blue, and from women, which would be shown in orange. And as you can see, this is a very, very blue world. Men outnumber the amount of women authorships by a large factor, and in some countries they dominated almost exclusively. The only countries where we tend to see closer to parity or women domination are not necessarily good stories. They tend to be countries that are heavily under-resourced and that have very low levels of production. So we've run a massive regression where we took all the factors of the countries. What could be contributing to gender parity? How can we find and replicate gender parity? So we threw every variable we could find about a country in. And the biggest predictor of gender parity was male mortality. Now, I'm a science policy person, and that's not really an actionable policy variable, right? But what this shows is that sometimes where we see parity, it's not because they're doing wonderful things for women. It shows that science is a place that has been devalued, where they've lost power, where women are literally the only people left to do science. So these aren't really exemplars from which we can pull. And that becomes what we call the parity paradox. Sometimes where we see parity, that's not a demonstration of equity. Now you may say, okay, well all of those variables were from the web of science, and so that's going to skew heavily towards the STEM disciplines, and you would be right. But if we break this down and we look at a map of science, where we have math and physics on that left-hand side, we move towards chemistry and the biomedical sciences in the middle, the health professions, and then down to the social sciences and humanities on the end, we still see high levels of men across many disciplines. The only places that are closer to parity is the biomedical sciences, where women have been out-matriculating men at the undergraduate level for about 20 years, and then in what we consider care disciplines. Nursing, social work, education, library science. These are places where we see more women than men. And yet those are also disciplines where the salaries tend to be depressed, where we see lesser reputation in them, again evoking that parity paradox. Women are highly represented in fields where capital is often devalued or lessened. Now, even within a discipline, you can see interesting gender dimensions. So if you look, for example, within the professional fields, you'll see that management has a lot more men and social work has a lot more women. If we look in the social sciences, econ is very male-dominated, where demography is more female-dominated. So you see the spectrum throughout it, both across disciplines and within disciplines, where we see these disparities in the proportion of women within a discipline. There are differences by country as well. Now, Brazil tends to do quite well, actually, higher rates of women than we would see in other countries, but they still tend to lack in engineering, mathematics, and physics, other places. So if you look down the columns, you can see disciplines that no matter what country you're in, tend to have low rates of women, those that I just said. And then there are places where you see variation. In many of the social sciences, some countries are doing better than others. So you can see these sort of spaces across the world. Now, if we just put this on the back of a napkin and we look at progress today, we can chart out when we might see parity. So psychology, we're almost there. The professional fields, art and humanities, we're moving towards that. Clinical medicine by maybe 2050. But when we get down to mathematics and physics, we're looking at, 2150 before we're going to see parity in these sciences. So that's a really long road ahead. When we think through this and say, well, I see all these women in this room and there are women in my lab, organically this will just happen. But organically it's really happening at a much slower pace than we would anticipate. So let's move towards collaboration. So getting on the paper is really important. But there are many, many people on a paper. So this may look like a rug to you, but it's actually the byline of a recent journal article. Now this journal article was only about 9 pages of text, but it had 24 pages of authors. Because this was from high energy physics and there were over 5,000 authors on it. So what does it mean to be one author among 5,000 writing 9 pages of text? It really changes this notion of authorship. Now you may say that those are just the crazy high energy physicists, but we're seeing increases in collaboration across the world. To be a scientist now is to be a co-author, not just an author. So it really matters how you navigate that space. How do you get on the byline of a paper? Who gets on? Who's left off? And when we look at this and look at encountering disputes and becoming an author, on getting on the byline and being acknowledged, we find that women are much more likely to have disputes in being named and the order in which they appear on the byline, which is also really important for science. So they're more likely to encounter those disputes and to encounter them more often. So in a survey, we asked them, all right, why? Why do you encounter a naming dispute? How do you have a dispute over who gets on the paper and what order they're in? And overwhelmingly, both men and women said the same thing. The biggest contributor to an authorship dispute was the value of the contributions, how much value you ascribe to the task that someone had done. So we said, all right, so what do you value more? And across the board, women valued everything more than men, except for one thing, the technical contribution. Now that becomes a really important point, so hold on to it later. We also asked them about the timing that they discussed authorship. And we found that women were more likely to discuss authorship at the beginning of a project and with all the team members, whereas men were more likely to do it at the end of the project and with just a few trusted assessors. Now, both of these have problems about recency and primacy effects. So at the beginning of a project, you may imagine a distribution of labor that doesn't actually happen. At the end of a project, you may prioritize whoever got it over the line. So there may be a postdoc who did 80% of the work, but then took another job, left, and then someone else comes in for that last 20 and gets it across the line. Who becomes first author? It's often the 20% person, not the 80% person. So the distribution and allocation of authorship according to distribution of labor is not always equitable, and women felt this more than men. Now, there are also gender differences in the consequences of these. When you have a dispute, men were more likely to report hostility, aggression, an open fight around it. Women tended to close themselves off from future collaborations, thus isolating themselves from the scientific enterprise. Now, other differences that we can see in collaboration, which are really interesting, are about the important role of women in senior author positions. What we found, and we looked across all of these teams, is that when you had a woman in last author, that senior authored position, they were much more likely to put a woman in first author and to include women overall. So when we look at science policy programs that create quotas for senior women, that highlight senior women, that elevate and advance senior women, those programs also have the ancillary effect of increasing the number of junior women in these leadership positions in science. Women, as senior leaders, tend to do a much better job of elevating junior leaders in their collaborative teams. Now, we also see differences if we look across country. So what you see here is the proportion of international collaborations for men and for women, and the proportion of domestic collaborations. So of all your collaborations, which are domestic and which are international? And now, smaller countries tend to have more international collaborations. If you're in Switzerland, you're going to have more international collaborations than if you're in the US or China, places where you have a lot more opportunity to collaborate with other institutions domestically. But what's fascinating is that invariant of size, women's collaborations tend to be more domestic and men's more international. So that gives you access to different types of networks, different types of resources because of that isolation within your domestic enterprise. And we'll talk about some of the mechanisms that lead to that in a second. So let's say you got on the byline and you navigated all of those naming and ordering disputes. Now, what did you actually do? What was the task with which you were associated on that paper? So what we look at here is contributorship, which was an item that was advanced in the 1990s by a bunch of biomedical science editors. So these editors said, okay, authorship lists are getting ridiculous. Once you go beyond 3, when you have 5 and 7 and 10 authors, who did what? What warranted authorship? How did you get on that paper? And it doesn't make sense to put that in a linear byline anymore. What we need is something more like movie credits. How can we say, all right, Von Ortis did the design and provided the resources. Vasson did the data analysis. Rodrigo wrote the whole paper up. That's what they did. Let's start attributing labor when we're starting to identify authors. So they advocated for this, and a few biomedical journals took this up, but it was often within a PDF and sort of embedded in the acknowledgments of what they did. So it wasn't until the Public Library of Science came around that they actually put this in a way that can be used for big data analysis. So you could pull from the XML form the authors, the contributors, and all those people named in the acknowledgments. Now this was really, really messy data at the beginning, so we had to pull through these, grab all of these initials, match the initials back to the authors. And at the first cut that we had about 630,000 author article combinations of these tasks. But we found a really interesting distribution into categories. Almost all of the papers, someone analyzed the data. Someone else conceived and designed the experiments. About 3/4 of them, someone had contributed reagents or materials, because a lot of PLOS at the beginning was biomedical sciences. Someone performed experiments, someone wrote the paper. Now, what's fascinating is that there were 20,000 other types of tasks that didn't fall into that, which shows you that long tail of scientific labor. There are a lot of things that happen to get a paper over the threshold, but we often don't acknowledge those. But we'll focus on those first 5 for a second. Now, the first thing that we did is try to figure out the probability if you do one task that you're going to do another task. So who does what? And we found these bundles and clusters of activities. And what was most striking is the most isolated activity was the technical work, the performing of the experiments. The people who were performing the experiments tended to do nothing else, which is a little horrifying from a scientific misconduct perspective. You have one person designing and conceiving the experiment, someone else goes and does it, and then someone else writes it up. So the probability for misconduct is really high. It's also an isolation across these tasks that was really fascinating. So we looked at that to see who was doing it. Now first you can imagine this, and the age plays off. The older people on the team tended to conceive and design the experiments and contribute the resources. The younger people tended to perform the experimentation. Now, if you've been on a scientific team, that probably holds true for what your experiences have been. But what was shocking is that even when we controlled for age and country and number of collaborators and discipline, we found that women were significantly more likely to perform the experimentation and for men to be doing everything else. Now, 2 things I want to draw your attention to. One is what we said back in the first part about this collaboration. What were women the most likely to devalue? The technical work, the experimentation. The one task with which they're disproportionately associated is the one that they actually valued less. So when discussing authorship, women are likely devaluing their own contributions to the team. The second thing is that that is the task that's most isolated, the ones that cut off from all of the other leadership kinds of positions. So even when controlling for age, we find that women are relegated to a certain task that tends to be associated with younger people and tends to be more isolated. Now, a few years ago, we had the credit taxonomy, which came along to sort of take those contributorship roles, create a more standardized taxonomy, and really pull out the kinds of tasks that people do. So we have conceptualization, data curation, formal analysis, and then an interesting element is they split up the writing. So in that first thing, we just had writing as a task, and everyone tended to do a little bit of writing. But now we said writing the original draft versus just reviewing and editing the draft. And we find really interesting results. So things that men are more likely to do: supervise, fund, provide resources, software, think about things, review and edit, do some administration, and about shared on methodology. What do women do? The validation, the visualization, write the entire piece, do the formal analysis, the data curation, and all the investigation. Now, if you think back to that first map, which was all blue, you say, who does science? Men do science. But if you look at who does what, women are doing a lot of science. The actual scientific work is being done by women, and yet they are relegated to middle author positions. They are sort of excluded from all of these leadership positions and often not named on papers on which they contributed. So one of the other ways we've done this is to take those tasks to try to create, from a Bayesian perspective, these archetypes. What are the types of scientists you are, and how does that change over your lifetime? So we have leaders, we have specialists, and we have supporting cast authors. And what we find is men are more likely to be cast in these leadership positions in their junior, during their doctoral programs, their early career stages, and on. And this has huge implications for science because the probability of being a leader in any stage is highly predicted from being a leader in the past. If you're not a leader during your doctoral things, if you're not a first author position with some of these sort of design questions, these resource allocation questions, you tend to attrit really quickly in science. And so we lose a lot of women because they are not given those leadership positions, except in the case that we've shown before, when they have senior women leading their teams. So let's say you get on the paper, you get on a task, you get one of these lead author positions. Well, how do you get resourced for this? How do you fund this, support this, and sustain a lab? So we look at data here which comes from academic analytics, and it's a massive survey across all US institutions that looks at funding, not only from federal agencies, but also from some of the biggest nonprofits within the US. So the first question we just ask is, what's the probability that a man or a woman holds a grant, just has one, binary, do you have one or not? And we can see some differences. Oh, whoa, that went really fast. I mean, I talk fast, but that's really fast. So medical sciences, men are more likely to have one, but in engineering, women are more likely to have one. So that's really exciting news, until we look at the amount of those grants. And we find that although women are more likely to have a grant in engineering, they're more likely to have a lot of smaller grants, where men have fewer but bigger grants. Now that has huge implications in terms of the time it takes to manage a grant. If you're managing 5 small grants, the bureaucracy and the administration on that take a lot more time than managing one big grant. Now you may say, okay, maybe that's getting better by age. But if we look at this over time, and what we have here is people who got their PhDs in 1975, 75 to 85, 85 to 95, 95 to 2000, and 2005 and on, we actually see that the gender gap increases over time. So it's the oldest people in academia who tend to have parity between men and women. Now what I'd argue is that's a selection effect. If you're a woman who didn't receive funding, you probably left science. And so it only leaves the people who were funded before. And we see this gender gap increasing in all of the current times. Now, there are some differences by discipline. In the natural sciences, it's actually at parity. But it's in the medical sciences that we see the largest gap in terms of funding amount between men and women in the most recent cohorts. And as we'll talk about in the epistemic consequences, that is really problematic in the field of the biomedicine. Now, another data point that you can use if you don't want to go through a massive survey is actually use Web of Science. They have funding acknowledgement data, and that can talk about the amount of papers that had funding associated with it. Now, there are a lot of caveats. It doesn't tell you how much was funded, and it doesn't exactly tie the funding to a specific author, but it can talk about funding within a discipline. And if we look at the authorship here, we see a very different picture. We actually see that women have a lot of funded papers compared to men. And one of the things this suggests is that women are really productive with their funds. When they get funding, they put out a lot more papers on average than men do in the same disciplines. Now we can also look at this at those men-women combinations. Did you have a man in first and a man in last, or a man and woman in first? And we actually find out that the most productive teams in terms of the number of papers they put out for their funding actually are those women first authors, those junior early career women with male and senior author positions. So now we're going to kind of shift a little bit to those trajectories, and mobility is one of the big parts of those scientific careers and scientific trajectories. So I'll turn again to another woman, Alice Hamilton, who was an American woman from the 19th century who wanted to go over to Europe. Now we think a lot about mobility now as being this trade across the Atlantic in this way, but at the time there were no PhDs for women in the United States. The only way a woman could get a PhD was to go to Europe. And so as Alice said, we were told that the only reason women wanted a university education was to make trouble for the government. If foreign governments did not object, that was all right, but Germany had more sense. Because the interesting thing at the time is Germany was allowing foreign women to study at their universities, but not German women. For just this reason. We don't want our German women making any trouble. Foreigners, you come in and get educated and go back to your home country. So Alice was one of several hundred women at the time who went to Germany and to Switzerland, received PhDs, and came back and taught exclusively at women's colleges. Now at the time in the US, women could only teach at women's colleges and only if they were unmarried. So as soon as they got married, they lost their job. And so there was this cadre of single, unmarried, childless women moving across the Atlantic, coming back, teaching for a few years, getting married and having children, and dropping out of science. Now we see a slightly different mobility flow. If we look at all of those who published their first paper in 2008, then where they were in 2011 and 2015, we actually see that North America tends to be attracting a lot of people for the PhDs and attracting a lot of students, particularly from Asia, for education, and then sending them back to Asia to engage in their work. But if we look at the gender difference here, we see a slight difference. So we distinguish two different kinds of mobility. One is migration. You publish a paper in one country, and then you leave that country, you publish in another, and you never return to your home country. Those are our migrants. Our travelers are people who pick up affiliations. They start publishing in the US, but then they get an affiliation in South Africa and then in Brazil, and they travel across the world, and we can see evidence of that through their publication affiliations, through the metadata on their publications. So this gives us an amazing sort of real-time analysis of global trade of scholars. And what we see here is men are much more likely to be migrants than women, particularly particularly as the number of papers increases, so of course, across the lifespan. Traveling, men are slightly more likely to be travelers, but not substantially so. And one of the things that I would draw attention to is probably child and elder care responsibilities, where traveling is much more of an option than migration would be for women. Now, there are differences by discipline, and this speaks to some really interesting things about the inherent and necessary mobility of a discipline. So we actually find that women are just as equally likely and even a little bit more likely to be migrants in the earth and space sciences. Also, we see similar kinds of rates around travelers in physics. That is, to be a physicist, particularly to be an astronomer, an astrophysicist, you have to have migration. The resources are simply not available in every country. So that's another selection effect. To be effective in those disciplines, you have to travel. Physics, earth and space sciences, we see a high rate of these things because it's imperative for the discipline. Where we see the biggest discrepancies are actually disciplines where travel is more of a luxury item, where it's not necessary to do your work. And then we see massive disparities in the biomedical sciences, in chemistry, and in the arts. There are also country-level differences in this mobility as well. You see that across the world, men do tend to be more likely to be migrants and travelers, but there are many places, particularly in Africa, where women are leaving at higher rates, and also in Asia, both South and East Asia. Now, one of the things I love, and we won't be able to go through all of this, is seeing where people go. So when you leave, where do you tend to go, and which countries are more receptive? What we find is the countries that receive men tend to be disproportionately Eastern Asia, Western Asia, Northern Africa, and Southern Asia. Men go there more. They're losing women. Places that are really good for women, Southern Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, tend to be pulling in women. And you can see per country, women from a certain country who are going to other kinds of regions and areas. So you see these kinds of reciprocities, but also asymmetries in the exchange of men and women across the globe in areas that are particularly conducive for migration or travel for men and women. Now, one of the last areas I'll go to before I'll turn to social institutions is impact. Now, a lot of people look at citations as indicators, and they erroneously conflate them with quality. They talk about something that's highly cited as being inherently of higher quality than something that's lesser cited. I hope that I can remove that notion from your heads entirely, because what scientific impact is, largely, is about visibility. The visibility and use of your work by another person. Now, quality may be a latent factor in that, but what I'll try to show is that visibility is a much stronger factor there. So if we're looking at citations, let's just look at them by collaboration. The worst possible thing is to write alone. If you write with someone else, your work is going to be more highly cited. And if you write across two different countries, your work is even more highly cited. So we see the average rates of citations increase as your team size increases and the breadth of that team increases as well. Now that makes sense for visibility. If you're the only person who knows you've written a paper, it's not going to be cited as much. If you have a friend you wrote with, then they know it's cited, and their friends know that it's been written as well. If you're writing across countries, you have different networks, different institutions which are aware of your work, which make it visible. So we see these differences here. However, in each and every case, women's work, when they're alone or in first or last author position, is cited at a lower degree than men's work. So they are less cited in these spaces, and we also remember that they're less likely to be in international collaborations. So they have a double disadvantage there in that their work is less cited, and they're less likely to be in the most highly cited work, which are international collaborations. Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't know why the UK is highlighted on this. But we see this pretty much across every country. The Netherlands tends to be a slightly different case where we see different things happening. But you can look down and see how these things go. Brazil is there, and it follows the exact same paths as all the other countries. Now, you may say, well, maybe women's work is cited at a lesser rate because they're not putting it in the right journals. If they were only putting it in Science and Nature and PNAS, they'd be cited at the same rates as men. So, okay, fair, even though we hate the journal impact factor, we're going to take that and look at the journal impact factor of the journals in which men and women publish. And what we find is that in many disciplines, biology, engineering, and social sciences, earth and space sciences, women are publishing in journals of higher impact factor than their male counterparts, and yet they're still cited at a lesser degree. And I would say if there's any quality indicator, that one's it. It's the selection into a journal. So you're being selected into this journal, and yet your work is still not cited at highly degree. Now you may say, well, all citation indicators are highly skewed, so you can't really use averages. So that's fine. Let's take this into deciles. So the lowest decile impact factor, up and up and up. And what we find is at the lowest rate, men's work is cited a little higher, and then a little higher, and a little higher. And it's actually in the science, the Nature, the Cell, the PNAS, the Lancet, that's where we see the highest disparity between men and women's work. That even when you're published in the most prestigious journals in the world, your work is not cited at the same degree as your male counterparts. Now, if we look at the percentiles by paper, we start to see a little bit of this, that men tend to be overrepresented in the 1% most highly cited and 5% most highly cited, and women in the uncited papers. And so it is that distribution which may be drawing a lot of those distinctions. Now, you may have heard that men cite themselves more often than women cite themselves. This is true. They tend to do that. And they tend to write with other men more than they write with other women. And then those other men cite that work more often, and then they have friends that they write with and they cite it, and you see the kind of cumulative advantage that men get from their networks. However, even with all of that, it doesn't explain the differences that we see in citations. So it is not just the self-citation alone which could be removed in order to understand the disparity observed between men and women's citedness. There we go. All right, so we talked a lot about what happens in science, how science itself is creating some of these systemic inequalities. But I want to turn now to go to social institutions, because science does not happen in a vacuum. Science happens within the world in which we live, and so there are many social institutions that may be contributing to some of these disparities we observe as well. So the one that we talk about a lot with gender is parenting. So we sent out a survey, and we had a fantastically robust set of responses, about 10,000 respondents, and we asked scientists of papers. So we used emails from the Web of Science, so people had published an article, and we asked people a simple question. Are you the lead parent, right? If you have children, do you take on the primary responsibility for caregiving? Do you share it equally? Or are you a supporting cast member? Someone else is the lead parent in your household. Now, not unsurprisingly, women were more likely to be lead parents, men to be supporting. But shocking to me is that the majority of both men and women said, we share parenting equally. And I thought, this is phenomenal. Like, this is really exciting. We have finally turned the tide. Men and women are engaging equally in shared parenting. So we asked them, all right, what time do you do lead parenting? Is it in the weekdays, weekends, mornings, nights? And in every single time period, women were doing the lead parenting. Okay, but we know that there's more women in this shared parenting and lead, so let's cut this up. Let's just look at lead, shared, those dual, and those satellite. Now, for men who said they were lead parents, they tend to be doing about the same amount of work as women who said lead. But if you'll remember, those lead parents are a very small proportion of men. But those shared parents, women were doing more work at every time. And in the women who said they were satellite parents, they were doing more lead parenting than men in shared parents and some of the men in lead parenting. So we said, okay, maybe time is the wrong unit of analysis. Let's ask them everything they take charge of. Do you do play dates, birthday parties, doctor's appointments? Are you doing the household shopping? Are you doing the Saturday meals, the extracurricular activities? What are you doing? And in every single category, in lead, dual, and satellite, women were more likely to be taking all of these options, except for one, very important one, sports. Yes, men are coaching sports. So all of that shared parenting is for sports coaching, apparently. Now, I mean, my dad coached all my sports. It does take an incredible amount of time. But does that really constitute shared parenting? Probably not. So what we see here first is that the notion of shared parenting is a little bit problematic. Men are more likely to over-ascribe the amount of parenting they're doing. Women are under-ascribing that. And even with that, we start to see some differences. So the one fascinating one was we collapsed our survey just down to shared academic households. That is, respondents who were academics who said their partner was also an academic. Now, women are much more likely to have non-academic partners than men are, right? So men are more likely to have partners who have no employment or stay at home exclusively. So we have this asymmetry, and we wanted to remove all of that. So let's just look at those households where men and women both have the exact same occupational expectation. And we asked them a simple question. My partner takes on the majority of childcare so I can focus on my career, or I take on the majority so my partner can focus on their career. And remember, they both have the exact same career expectations. And both men and women confirmed this, that women were taking on the majority of childcare so that their partner, the man, in the identical occupation could have more time for their career. Now, this has consequences in terms of science. So what we look at here is the parenting penalty in terms of production, the amount of papers that you produce, and this is presented on a log scale. And what you see, that blue line, is sort of what we would expect in the average distribution. Now, if you're a man or a woman, there's a penalty for being lead parent, but women feel that penalty more than men. Now, in shared parenting, women are really experiencing a penalty and men are not receiving a penalty. But I think we've explained that by the kinds of actual contributions men in shared parenting are doing. And all satellite parents are sort of batting above average in this. So simply put, engaging in parenting duties comes at the expense of paper production. Now, we also see a penalty in terms of citation. So if we throw everything into a regression, what are the things that are positively associated with citations? Well, being a man, take a really short parental leave, which men are disproportionately likely to do. Have your partner coordinate play dates. Don't be religious or celebrate holidays. That takes a lot of time away from your productivity and citations. And travel as much as possible. Get out there. Now, what's terrible for it? Don't have more than 2 children. Don't take a long parental leave. Don't be a primary caregiver. Don't help your kids with extracurriculars. And frankly, any variable that indicates to us you have a child under the age of 5. Then that's terrible for your citations. Now, I talk about this tongue-in-cheek, but what this reinforces is that notion of visibility, right? Having a kid under 5 doesn't lessen your quality. What having a kid under 5 does is lessens your visibility. You're not able to travel. You're not able to be at the conference. You're not in the lab. You're not out there. You're not in that space. You're not in the network, right? It makes you invisible. And in each of these ways, when you are rendered invisible, it hurts your production and it hurts your citations as well. And we see that that disproportionately affects women. So why do we care? What are the consequences of this? And I think this was one thing that came out really strongly in the pandemic. Right when the pandemic hit, we saw that there was a massive parenting penalty for women. Women were at home educating their children, and their productions tanked. And we saw this immediately in terms of preprints. But people said, well, isn't that good? Children need their mother. Children need parents at home. Why does it matter? Isn't it good for society that women are at home homeschooling their children through this pandemic, right? It's hard to argue with until you can show, does it actually change science? So one of the studies that we did looked at the production of science, but also on what was studied. So we looked at sex as an analytic variable. That is the extent to which publications in the biomedical sciences actually reported on sex. Did they study male or female specimens? Did they study male or female models? Did they study men or women in their study? Did they report on it? And did they include that as an analytic variable? Now, in the biomedical sciences, in the biomedical research, we see very high rates of no sex being reported at all. And you may say, well, that's at the cellular level, so who really cares if you're reporting on that? But that really matters. The sex of the organism from which the cell was derived has huge implications for the cell's responses to stress, the absorption of lipids, other really important things when doing pharmaceutical drug testing. Now, 8 out of 10 drugs withdrawn from the market in the United States are withdrawn because they have adverse health effects for women. Why? Because sex wasn't taken into account in the testing of those drugs. Now, the National Institutes of Health and other funding agencies have begun to mandate that sex is included as a variable. And you can see that with that policy intervention, both sexes jumps up in the 1990s. You're starting to both report sex and include both men and women in your studies. Now, if we look at it, we can see sort of validation of our spaces. Men are more often studied in urology, women in gynecology. That makes sense. But when you start to look at addictive diseases, when you look at sort of other spaces in this, in nutritional dietetics, in psychology and physiology, and you see these gender divisions, it becomes really problematic. Why would we need to know more about men in some of those disciplines than about women? So then we applied one more thing on top of it, all of those different authorships that we had before. And what we found is that when women were present on a paper, they were disproportionately likely to include sex as an analytic variable and to include women in their studies. And when you had a woman in both first and last, you were even more likely to do so. So simply put, the number of women doing biomedical sciences changes what we know about women. And given that that's 50% of the population and 100% of the birthing population, that's really important. So removing women from the scientific workforce changes the questions that are asked, particularly questions that are relevant to women and women's health. Now, in our recent work, we've also extended this to take a more intersectional approach, not just to look at gender, but to also look at race by the US racial classifications. And we found very similar homophily patterns, that Asian Americans were more likely to look at topics that affected Asian Americans. Black Americans were more likely to look at topics that affected them and their own communities and populations, same with our Latinx populations. So we see this homophily across science is in the types of topics that you're studying disproportionately likely. So if we do just a back of the envelope calculation, and we took race and gender, and we made the authorship consistent with the US population, we would have found in the last 3 years that there'd be 29% more articles on public health, 20% more on gender-based violence, 18% more on tropical diseases, and 17% more on families. Now, just having gone through a pandemic, I think that information could have been really valuable to society. But I'm sorry to say, Professor Nordis, if we did this, what it would come at the expense of would be econ research. So that's what we would have lost had we done this counterfactual. But we can decide, more econ or more public health. So I'll end with this, that science should be fit for everyone. And why do I have a crash test dummy? Well, women are actually 47% more likely to have a very serious injury and 17% more likely to die in a car crash. Why? Well, it wasn't because until recent years that they actually introduced a female-typed crash dummy in car testing. And what they did is they made her 5 foot tall and 110 pounds. And so I don't know what that means to you, but it is much smaller than I am. And that was in the side seat, and they only put her in the passenger seat. So they only made cars safe for women of a very, very petite size, making up a very small proportion of the population, and not driving. So if you're outside of those dimensions, or if you're driving a car, or God forbid you're pregnant driving a car and outside of those dimensions, the car was not built for you. So you weren't in the right dimensions. You didn't fit in it. And I think we do this with scientific institutions as well. We build them in a way that has an idealized scientist. A scientist who has someone at home cooking the meals and taking care of the children. A scientist who can travel liberally. A scientist who can produce papers all the time and do nothing else. A scientist who has no disabilities, right? A scientist who has a community that's supporting them. This is not true for the majority of scientists, and this hurts science. So I won't have you read this, but I'll leave this here, is all of the different actions that I think people can take in science. This is a policy issue, and it's one that doesn't happen with just an individual scientist making changes or blaming it and saying, oh, if we could only change how funders give funding, or if we only changed what our university administration looks like, or if journals would just accept different papers. No, it takes collective action from everyone within the scientific system to make these kinds of systemic changes, not just for women, but for all minoritized individuals in science. Thank you, and I'll go for questions.
From online too. Now let me start with one. This is extremely important, of course, and I think the availability of all this data starts making it possible to do this kind of research, right? I am sure before it's not that we were so careless, but we couldn't. It was not possible. However, have the theories, our understanding, would the data show this?
No, it's a fascinating question, and I think it's one of those things where we come with big data, and what I hear a lot of times are from sociologists coming and saying, well, we've known this for 30 years.
Right.
And I think it's really important that we have the triangulation between multiple methods, and we also have a contextual awareness of the theories that have come before us. What I see in big data for scientometrics right now is not sort of bringing out new knowledge, but being able to test all of these theories and hypotheses that we had in the 70s and 80s through a lot of these spaces. So I think the theory is there. What we're doing now is having the availability to test some of those theories.
Very good. Thank you. Questions? Do we have any questions? Online. Wow. People, there is a lot to think about here. How receptive? We have one?
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I have a question. I guess you measure mobility with the web of knowledge, with publications, no? And the career patterns of men and women, or mobility patterns, are very different across career stages. So, could you measure job mobility, or because it's not the same to move when you are a postdoc than when you are a tenure, you have a tenure position?
Yeah, no, this is an excellent question. So I was excited about using Web of Science for mobility for a couple reasons. So many of the OECD surveys and other surveys suffer from a few failures. One is that they're dated the moment they arrive. One is that they're stock and flow, but they're stock, not flow. They don't show how an individual is moving through. They just show the proportion of international people. And they're in these large aggregated kinds of domains of highly skilled workers. And so we don't get to see the nuance that I really wanted to see. So Web of Science is great in that, and through these affiliations you can track it, but it has several limitations. So one of them is that publications are delayed. So we don't know if it's been years since they moved and the paper just came out, are they still keeping the affiliation? But the big one that you draw attention to is the status and the rank and the thing. So we know they were an author. We don't know whether they were a postdoc or a faculty member, a research scientist. We can't see that. So the only proxies we have is age since first publication. So we can see how long they've been in the scientific system and sort of estimate where we think they are on career stage. And then that authorship level. Are they in a senior author position or a junior author position? So we create proxies for that, but they are very poor proxies. We also don't see when they jump out of being a publishing scientist, maybe into other scientific careers that don't generate publications. So maybe they go work in a pharmaceutical for 5 years. They're still doing a tremendous amount of scientific research, but that trace becomes lost. So there are a lot of caveats to using the bibliometric data. I like it because it's global, it's real time, it's at a more granular level, but it still lacks a lot of that data. I think, what I'm hoping that Rodrigo will talk a little bit more about ORCID and other data sets, that we're trying to take the bibliometric data and match with those data sets, which gives us more of the career path thing. So I hope Rodrigo will bring that up in his presentation.
I have a question. This is a study that focus on the gender approach, right? The binary form. So do you see that in a close future we'll have more data availability for us to have this intersectional analysis considering more variables? And also the last slide, it shows this changes that are needed in institutions. How do you see that? Are they ready to do that? Do we have women inside these positions that can actually lead this transformation? Thank you.
It's a fantastic question. And I will be the first to say, even though I am a bibliometrician whose algorithmic approaches to these things, that the most high quality data on identity is self-reported data. That is absolutely the most high quality. What I hope that we've shown here is the things that you can understand once you gather that data. So few countries have gathered data on their scientists at scale, and I hope that this promotes them to do those surveys so that we can move beyond the binary, we can get other gender identities and understand them. We can also include other kinds of variables that we simply cannot create and should not create an algorithm for, such as disability, such as sexual identity. Even race is one that I think is much more difficult to algorithmically infer than gender is. So when we do our validation test, gender is a much stronger one. We have a lot more fuzziness on race. So what I would like to see is that this provokes all of those stakeholders, institutions, funders, journal publishers, to collect data on socio-demographic variables so that we have self-reported data and we don't have to use the algorithmic approaches anymore. And it'll also open up that box of the different intersectional identities which we can study in science.
Thank you.
Thank you. This question comes from Frederic Bordignon. How confident are you in data? Are you satisfied with the databases you use, such as the Web of Science or the gender detection algorithms you use?
I think as a scientist, we're all always dissatisfied, or maybe we're bad scientists. So I am dissatisfied with the databases we use. Web of Science is a database that's used towards English language publications in certain journals and leaves a lot out. So I think Rodrigo's going to talk about more about other data sources. We've been trying all of these data on new data sources, OpenAlex and Dimensions, trying to see the different ways that the different findings that we have. How robust are our findings to the database is a really important question that we're using. So I hope that we continue as a community to produce collective infrastructure that has a much more global and comprehensive supply of the world's knowledge and knowledge production. So I hope for that. The algorithmic approaches to identifying gender, I think we've done a lot of validations and it's pretty strong, but it still has really big gaps in certain countries. So our validity in Asia is much lower than our validity is in Russia, for example. And so those kinds of disparities are playing into our ability to make really specific policy recommendations for certain countries. So again, if we had more self-report data, it would be cleaner and stronger and more robust.
Thank you very much. That was really fascinating. I especially like the last, the one before the last, where you highlighted a number of possible policy responses and what to do. Scientists, universities, funders, publishers, science communicators, and so on. Is that just a list of priorities that should be one day be implemented, or do you already see something taking?
We already see things that are taking place. And so there are good examples of things that have worked within a specific context, but many of the interventions have been relatively localized and small scale, and so the degree to which they're generalizable in other contexts is not yet known. So what I see on this is not just a checklist of things to do, but it's also a checklist of interventions to test. These are scientific questions. Do those interventions work? Do they change the needle? And so we've seen some of them with higher or lower rates of success, and I hope that other people take them on as testable interventions in the future.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We go for a break, and then for a coffee break outside, and then we return for the next. Thank you. Thank you.
And put a message here that we will take a 30-minute break and we'll be right back with this second keynote.
fire of shoulder life. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark in 10 hours of gate.
We have to make people vote.
We'll first ask for Sergio Queiroz, and he will introduce you. Okay? Outside? Hi, everyone. I will now introduce Professor Sergio Queiroz to present our second keynote. Sergio Queiroz is a full professor at the Science and Technology Policy Department, and he's co-PI of the INSISPO programs. His research focuses on innovation ecosystems and entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, let's move to our second keynote. Then Professor Vincent Larivière, how bibliometrics can inform science policy in the case of research funding. Professor Vincent Larivière holds the Canada Research Chair on the Transformation of Scholarly Communication at the University of Montreal, where he is Professor of Information Science and Associate Vice President for Planning and Communications. Let's welcome Professor Vincent.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the invitation. Quite happy to be here. I must say, unfortunately, my Canada Research Chair is over. It's something that lasted for 10 years, and it's something that when you get it in the beginning, you think it is forever, because it's 10 years. So again, I will be a Canada Research Chair forever. Then it got to an end, and now I have a UNESCO Chair on Open Science, which I'm very happy about. Okay, so today we're going to talk about one of the most important policy instruments that government have to actually produce research or have their communities produce research. And the main question that I want to answer is, how should country divide the funding pie? So every country has a limited amount of funding that they can give for basic research. And as we'll see, some countries have decided to give very big pieces of the pie to a few people, while some others have decided to give tiny pieces of pie to many people. And so what I want to explore with data is what is actually the best solution collectively. Of course, at the individual level, people who have a lot of money benefit from it, but then the rest of people who have nothing, and then collectively, are there benefits of doing that? So, does that work? Okay, so I will start by talking about historical patterns in terms of funding in Canada and the US and briefly in Europe. Then say a couple of words on the transformations of funding modes and the so-called focus on excellence, which indeed leads to concentrating resources in the hands of a few people.
Recording in progress.
The concept of grant as prices, and you may see that in your institutions where you are. Getting a grant is no longer a mean to do research, but rather received as a prize. Hey, I've won that grant, it's great. The grant is the beginning, it's not the end. You need to use the grant to do something. Then I'll talk a bit about precisely the research questions that we tackled and the various data sources. And then the results on really the effect of concentration on Quebec faculty. So this is a case study that is based on a region of Canada where I'm from, which is Quebec, for which we have excellent individual level data. Because in order to do such analysis, you need not to look at institutions or country, but it's something that really needs to be done at the individual researchers level, where you can link both funding received as well as various level of output. And there's a lot of treatments in there that need to be done. And also similar analysis for students. Then I'll show a second analysis which we did on the European Research Council. So about 5 years ago, we got asked by ERC to do the evaluation of their granting schemes, whether it worked well. And again, the ERC grants give a lot of money to a few people, and whether indeed there were benefits of that. Then I will conclude with, let's say, a small epilogue about what was the reception by policymakers of our various findings. So voila. So historical trends in terms of funding percentages. So on the top in this figure, what you have are the three main federal research councils in Canada. So Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, which funds natural sciences, the Social Sciences, and then the Canada Institute for Health Research, which funds health research. And the three have quite different funding rates. So this is not a typo. NSERC funds about 70% of the grants that are submitted. Their focus, historically as well as today, is to fund basically everyone, to give a basic level of research income for every faculty in those fields. And in those cases, for those councils, the way the funding is, let's say you already have funding, what you apply for is actually a renewal rather than a new grant. But of course, the grants are much smaller, as you can see, around $30,000. Keep in mind that Canadian funding excludes indirect cost. So when a researcher asks for $30,000, they actually get $30,000. The university takes nothing. Their indirect costs are kind of given by the government independently from these amounts. Canadian tuition is relatively low compared with the United States, which means that with $30,000 in the Canadian context, you can actually hire a PhD student for a year and pay, let's say, about a bit more than half of a postdoc salary. On the other hand, for CIHR, we're at 16%. So this actually shows that, quite interestingly, Canadian funders have the capacity to decide, in a way, of their funding rate. There's nothing that is government that would be part of a government policy to say, hey, we need all to focus on excellence. The research funders actually have quite a lot of agency on the way to divide their pie. So let's contrast that with the United States, where basically, historically, funding rates are much lower. The country has been focusing, again, as I mentioned earlier, on this argument of excellence. We need to fund only those who are the best of the best. So in the early 2010s, many funders in Canada started to think differently. And by differently, I mean thinking like Americans. So having an idea that we should start to concentrate funding. That's the way to go. The US is doing great things in research, so we should start to do the same thing. So the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, where I apply, decided to increase the maximum amount that people could ask. So again, historically, you could ask the max amount of $250, and they say, oh, now we're going to let people ask for $500,000. because social sciences can also do big science. We can also have big teams, etc. So there was kind of a, we're going to mimic the quote unquote real sciences. Of course, this had consequences. So before that, the top 10% amount was split was split among 135 researchers, and the year after, it was split around 30 researchers. So really, the fact that things concentrated like that meant that indeed the council was concentrating a lot of funding in the hands of a few people. And of course, as a consequence, the funding rate dropped from 37 to 27%, which of course, and I want to make a little aside here, this had consequences for young researchers. In order to get tenure in Canadian university in the social sciences, you need a grant from this organization. If we decide to concentrate funding, who are we funding in increasing proportion? Older faculty who already have tenure. And so there was a couple of years, and
Recording stopped.
Whoop, it's okay, okay. That makes me anxious. When a computer talks, I don't like it. Okay, it's going to talk again. Okay, I'm ready. So it had consequences for those young faculty who then had less chances of getting that grant, which is key to
Recording in progress.
Older faculty with their older colleagues. Can you click on the screen? Yeah. So this is also related, as I just mentioned, to this new perception of research funding. Getting funding is no longer just a mean to do research, it's key to promotion. I have colleagues in the arts and humanities who do not need funding. They write their books alone in history or literature, but now we tell them, hey, you need to apply for funding. I say, okay, I apply for funding, but I don't know what to do with this money because I don't need it. But there's again this perception that funding is part of the portfolio of things that academics should do. And also there's arguments that are in favor of concentration of funding. And by presenting these arguments, I don't mean that I support them, but these are the arguments that are proposed in the literature and that are used by policymakers to concentrate funding. So when you give a lot of money to a person, then it will actually attract other excellent researchers. So there's actually a leverage effect. The best should do better research. So if we get the ones with the highest impact, however it's measured, then actually we should fund them because they will also do, again, better impact. So that there's kind of a continuity in excellence, and that kind of removes the argument of serendipity that we'll go back to later. And that excellence costs money, and also that big science, again, going back to we need equipment, we need big team, that's the only way to do great research. A few words on CIHR. So I've mentioned SSHRC earlier, which is a Social Sciences and Humanities Research funder, CIHR being the funder for health research. One of the consequences, as I mentioned earlier, is really the decrease in the funding for young researchers, and this was even explicit in the changes of policy. So the pot of money that was specifically allocated for young researchers went from 90 million to 60 million. Renewal of funding became easier for labs that already existed, which again makes it more difficult for new researchers to start laboratories. And look at this percentage, which I find quite striking. Before 2005, these young researchers obtained about, let's say, 1/5 of overall grants, and then it drops to about 5% of the total pot of money, which again has, I think, strong consequences for those people, but also one could say for new ideas in fields, as we know that young researchers are more likely to bring in those new ideas. And of course, the success rate plummets, as you can see, from about 33% here to, again, close to, 15% in most recent years. So, yeah. Next. Yeah, I'm responsible. And for NSERC, it's quite stable, as I've mentioned earlier, given the fact that they keep on focusing on funding everyone. So what I want to do is really look at, I'll talk about that in a few minutes, is really look at that, does that change the output? is giving a lot of money to a few people, influencing the overall output of these people as well as of the institutions and country. To contrast Canadian data, just a small result on NIH. And on that, I want you to focus on the red line here, which is the success rate that was around 40% at some point, and all programs combined, which is now at about 20%. So the US historically has always had this focus on funding the elite. So globally, to summarize, there's two ways mostly that countries and funders can split the pot of money. The focus, what is called the focus on discovery. So we give smaller bags of money to more people, or the focus on excellence, where we give bigger bags of money to a few people. And no, this is not how money is given to researchers in Canada. It's actually all done electronically. No, it doesn't come in bags. We had an interesting discussion yesterday about corruption. It still exists in Canada, but no. Okay, so three global analysis that I'm going to present. And all three are actually in three different papers that I can give the reference to. So the concentration effect on faculty. So does more money lead to more papers by these funded researchers? And does more money lead to more citations? Then the second analysis is done at the level of students, because in Canada there's different amounts that students can receive. There's not a one amount overall, there's an amount that is kind of tiered as a function of the ranking of students in the competition. And what we're looking at as outcome variable is, first, do they actually publish more when they have more money? And the second is, do they graduate more? Because in the end, when you fund a student, what you want is for them to complete their studies. If they publish, it's great, but why we give this scholarship is actually for them to finish their doctoral degree. And voila. So a few words before delving into the data itself, funding of university research in Canada. So globally, government agencies fund about 41% of research. It looks like a relatively low number, but this number is, let's say, influenced by the fact that if you take my salary as a professor, it's entirely paid by the university through my teaching activities. So that is why there's such a big proportion that is funded by university. If we include the government funding of my teaching activities, then you can actually include all of that 42, and that leads to basically around 83% that is all governmental in some way. So the 41% that is there is really the external funding that comes from these governmental agencies. What is quite different from what we would see in the US is the very small proportion of industry funding, which is at about 8% overall. In the US, these percentages are higher. Canada does not have such a high R&D, let's say, activity. So if you take the R&D expenditures out of the GDP, Canada is actually very low at around 1.6, 1.7. The US is above 3. Korea is at 5 or 7. Same for Israel. So Canada is an economy that is based mostly on natural resources. So industrial R&D is actually very low. So universities rely on government funding in a vast majority to conduct their basic research activities. So what do we have in terms of big data? And I want to say a couple of words on that, because we're relying nowadays increasingly on algorithm to do all of the data cleaning. For all of these projects, we cleaned the data with a toothbrush. And by that I mean that we cleaned each researcher carefully by hand to make sure that there was no mistakes. This of course takes time, but overall there's about a year of data cleaning in there. And so what we had is all of the funding data from all of these research councils, so again, social sciences, natural sciences, and medical sciences. And then we add the same data at the level of the Quebec funders. So basically, for researchers in Quebec, they have access both to federal and provincial funding. Those lists come in Excel files with the name of the grantee and their institution. As it's the case in most countries, many people have the same name. So you need to do proper cleaning to make sure that the John Smith that you have funded here and the John Smith that you have funded there are actually the same person or not the same person. And then you have to match that with all of their research papers on which there's a John Smith written, and then distinguish the right John Smith from the wrong John Smith. Nowadays, there's a lot of algorithm that can help you do that or do some of it automatically, given whether a name is actually common or uncommon. But those don't work all the time. The algorithm that exists right now probably have around 80 to 90% accuracy and coverage, which means that you have a long tail that you need to clean manually. In our case, as I said, it took a lot of time. We all did that manually with myself and a team of students, and so we're actually very confident overall in the result. And there's a lesson here about again big data, where these algorithms can go some part of the way, but it does not necessarily do all of the job automatically. So, few descriptive results overall on the concentration of funding. For social sciences and humanities, as well as health sciences, we basically see a typical 20-80 distribution. So these are Lorenz curves of cumulative funding, where basically around 20% of researchers receive 80% of the overall funding. We see the same thing in health sciences, again, a relatively high concentration of funding. Given what we knew or what we said earlier about natural sciences, where the funder gives money to everyone, it's less concentrated in natural sciences, where basically we're at about 35% of researchers that account for 80% of the funding. So again, it still is concentrated, but much less than in the other disciplines. Now, in terms of the overall results on the relationship between funding and research outputs, what do we see? Well, we see actually that getting more money does not necessarily lead to much higher output. It does in lower bins. So if you take here, that's the amount received. Researchers are divided into equal bins of a couple of hundred researchers. You see that it increases quite fast at lower amount. These are annual amounts basically received, but it kind of flattens at some point, where basically getting much more money does not necessarily lead to a much higher output once it reaches a certain threshold. And you kind of see a similar phenomena in almost all domains. So basically going through, yeah, and indeed, so the legend is not there. I apologize for that, but what I believe is the appropriate outcome here is the fractional number of papers. Because of course, collaboration leads to kind of a crazy inflation in the overall output. So what's in the little stars here are the fractionalized number of papers. And you actually see that indeed it flattens much more than if you use the absolute number of papers, which indeed leads to some duplication. So first general result, there's no cumulative advantages to give more money to the same people. There's actually decreasing returns to scale, by which a paper written by these guys here is much more expensive than a paper that is written by those who have received much less money at the left of the curve. Then, of course, the argument could be, well, yes, of course, they write not really more papers, but they do the best research. These few papers are the ones that are the most cited. Well, we don't see that either. So basically, you see that research impact, these are field normalized citation indicator that basically control for field and for year. You see that it increased pretty quickly at lower bins of funding, and then after that is actually quite stable. So researchers that get all of this funding don't necessarily do better research. So that was quite sobering results for the research councils, and I'll get back to their reaction in a couple of minutes. Let's move on to the PhD students analysis. So in Canada, historically, there was one scholarship. You got $20,000 for 4 years. So overall, so $80,000, that would cover your tuition and give you enough to live, of course, poorly because you're a student, but that would give you enough to live during your PhD studies. But a couple of years ago, they decided to say, okay, we need to do a tier. So the best students are going to get $35,000, and the exceptional students are going to get $50,000. So again, we're giving parts of the pie, bigger pieces to your favorite nephew or cousin, and smaller pieces to your uncle that you don't really like. That, of course, reduces the number of people you can feed. And it also led to a crazy situation where PhD students were making more money than postdoctoral fellows because the postdoc scholarship from the same organization was $40,000. And even more importantly, the postdoc funding is something that you had to pay taxes on. By comparison, PhD scholarship are tax-free. So at $35,000, you were making more money than the postdocs, which of course does not respect, not that academia has to be hierarchical, but there's something there that was kind of unfair, where the PhD student who has not done anything yet made more money than the person who actually completed their PhD studies. So does that change something? Do we actually see a better outcome when it comes to, can you click on the screen? Yeah. So first general result on the left, you have the percentage of PhD students who publish during their PhDs for when they are funded in gray or unfunded. Overall, it's quite clear. Those who were funded published more paper. That was observed pretty much in all disciplines. And their average number of paper was higher. So there's a strong difference between funded and unfunded, which is kind of expected given that they were selected based on their CV. Now, does that matter whether you're funded at the federal or provincial level? And here, federal and provincial is actually used as a comparison between the $35,000 and the $20,000. So at the federal level, funding was $35,000, and at the provincial level, it was $20,000. Overall, no difference. And in some fields, funded at the provincial level had slightly more paper. In some others, it was the federal. But overall, giving students more money does not lead to them publishing more papers. Now, looking at graduation rates, do we actually see differences in the outcome in terms of whether they actually finish their degree? And this was within a 7-year window to let people in literature finish. Yeah, that was unnecessary. I apologize. So, of course, funded students were much more likely to finish. Again, there's a selection aspect there, but you indeed see that there's a difference between having money and not having money. Now, if you do the comparison between federal and provincial, again, federal being more money and provincial being less money, you do see a slight difference, but that is not really significant. And you see that the difference is actually quite small. So again, giving more money is not really associated with a better outcome in terms of graduation rate. Now we added to that the overall number of papers that students have written. And the key thing here is, was there an effect of publishing more paper on graduation, but as well as, from a visual point of view, kind of controlling for numbers of papers vis-a-vis funded and unfunded. So let me walk you through that. So the dashed line are the funded students, and the full line are the unfunded students. For students who have not written a paper during their PhD, when you're funded, you're more likely to graduate than when you're not funded. But as soon as there's a paper in the equation, it was actually unfunded students that were more likely to graduate than funded students. And what this shows is kind of the effect of being in a research group and the socialization to research on graduation. So there's many students who receive government funding And what do? Then they say, okay, I'm going to go in my basement to write my thesis. In those cases, they're actually quite unlikely to finish because they're not integrated into teams. On the other hand, you have many students who are not funded. Therefore, they need to go find a job in a lab that's going to pay them. And in that case, it includes them into a research team, and they are more likely to complete their doctoral studies. So to summarize on students, more money does not equal better graduation rates, nor does it equate having a higher number of papers. And actually, overall, publishing during your doctorate, even if you're not funded, is more likely to have you graduate than being funded but not integrated into a research team. Let's move on to, or go outside Quebec and look at the European Research Council. So about 15 years ago, Europe decided to create these funding schemes to fund young researchers, older researchers, testing proof of concepts, etc. And so my team got mandated by ERC to do an analysis of two of their programs, their ERC starting grants as well as their advanced grants. In both cases, these are grants that give a lot of money to individuals. So those were up to 1.5 million euros for 5 years for the starting grants, and the advanced grant up to 2.5 million euros for again, up to 5 years. So again, this is a lot of money in the hands of a few researchers. So we had quite a complicated designs with a lot of arrows, where we basically had all of the researchers that were funded by the research programs, all of the non-funded applicants, so people who were unsuccessful in the application, as well as a sample of other programs outside Europe to kind of have a comparison in terms of overall outputs. So for all of these researchers, we did the same disambiguation work that I mentioned earlier. And this was done on the Web of Science, the conference proceeding, the book citation index. There were also analyses that were made using Google Scholar, especially for the social sciences and humanities, to try to have a more comprehensive coverage of their output. Underneath here, there's the patent data, and then as well some altmetric indicator. I will not go into the patent data and the altmetric indicator, mostly focusing on the overall bibliometric analysis. And I will present basically two general results here. The first one is whether the research committee or the peer review committees chose the right people in their assessment. And the second one is whether these funded guys, because you're taking people and you're giving them a lot of money, do they actually improve? Is there a gain in terms of their overall output? No problem. No, that's not my slides. Okay, voila. Yeah, I know, no problem. Okay, so each row here is basically one of the funding committee of ERC. So overall, life science has 9 committees, physical sciences and engineering at 10, and social sciences and humanities add 6 of them. And what you have here are the funded researchers, those who were not funded at step 2. So those who were not funded at step 2 is a subset of researchers that actually made it through the first phase, and then in the final evaluation were actually rejected. And then you have all of the rest of the non-funded. What you actually see overall is that indeed ERC chose the best among the applicant, at least from a bibliometric point of view. And that is the case in almost all committee. Well, there's this one where actually the non-funded were slightly better, as well as this one in life science. But overall, they were chosen as a function of their, or in a manner that is coherent with their bibliometric output. Yeah, no problem. Right? Yeah, this one, that's perfect. I know, before. No, this one. Okay, then in terms of citations, we also see a similar thing, although with lower differences, but globally, and this is quite a crucial point, all of the applicants to these programs actually had very, very high impact scores. So one being the world average, you can see that the funded ones in terms of impact were actually 3 times the world average. So this is indeed the elite of the elite. And even the non-funded at step 2 were at 2 or 3 in some cases. And the rest of the non-funded were also twice above the world average. So this is really the elite of the elite. Should I continue or? Yeah, it's good? Okay. So first result, indeed, they have chosen. So that was kind of, from a policy point of view, an interesting validation that the peer review was coherent with bibliometric indicators. Now what they wanted to know was whether it improved them. So what we did, therefore, is a output analysis of what they did the 3 years before the grant and what they did in the 3 years after the grant. And what you see is, in most cases, little or no differences. In some committees, people who received all of this amount actually published less papers than they did in the years before. In some cases, it's slightly more, but overall, there was little to no difference in their output before the grant and after the grant. And this was quite a sobering fact. So when I presented that to the ERC president in Brussels, he actually left the room and was really, really angry. Yeah. So, and then I presented that again to the entire committee, and like you could hear no one talking. Like you would have heard a fly fly. It was quite sobering. They never contracted me again after that, I must admit. They were quite dissatisfied with the result. But that is the reality, because what is happening sociologically? These researchers were combining many sources. They had to apply here and there and here and there to get all of their funding. Now, you're giving them one place that gives them everything. They say, that's great. I don't apply. I don't get more money. I have one source of money, and then I continue to do my research. That may indeed have marginal effect on their time. They have more time probably because they don't have to apply to all of those places. But the direct effect on their output is marginal. What we did not measure there are, let's say, what economists may call spillover effects. And these are, in a way, maybe not spillover, but substitution effects. So given that these people were not applying to the national committees, then it funded other people, which in turn probably, we hope, increased the outputs of those countries and of Europe globally. But it's a bit more difficult to measure. But directly speaking, for those people, it did not lead to a much higher output. Then in terms of impact, again, we kind of see the same story. I think you kind of get it now. You give them all of this money, not really a strong effect. And in quite a lot of fields, it's even decreasing. That being said, these scores are crazy high. They are at 3 times the world average. So they're not becoming, or they could not increase because they were already at the top. So, a couple of conclusions. As I mentioned earlier, grants are increasingly considered as key for tenure. They're increasingly part of a kind of a new evaluation, I would say, of researcher. In my department, for instance, all of the faculty who are 60 years old have probably never applied for a grant. I'm in an information science school. They never had to have grants to do their research, and many of them have had excellent careers without having this money. In a way, one could say that by doing that, we're actually outsourcing peer review. So rather than having our institutional committees do the work, we say, oh, this person got grants, so we tick that box, and in the end, the tenure committee at the university just checks whether these milestones have been attained, but these milestones are actually outside the university. There's also an inflation of all of these evaluation criteria. So by asking our young faculty to get those grants, we're often setting up a standard that older faculty did not have to reach. So we're telling our new faculty, you need to get those things, but actually the older people did not even get them. Overall, what kind of all of these stories suggest is that what determines the overall output of a country is the number of researchers who do research. And this has been shown also in other studies. And so if you fund more people instead of concentrating, you're going to have collectively as as a country or as an institution, a higher output. Because again, you have more manpower who can do the research. And it also increases, and this is something that I think, don't discuss enough in research. Of course, research is a lot of hard work, but there's also a lot of luck and a lot of serendipity in scientific discoveries. And so if you have more people searching overall, making these experiments, the chances that we're going to discover something big is actually higher. So I want to conclude with kind of two observations. One that is a little US-Canada comparison, and then, yeah, you can laugh, Cassidy, yeah, but you won't laugh when you see the results. And then just the little reaction of the research community, of the funding community in Canada. And so I was playing with that, and these are, let's say, original results that are more for discussion. That's just a comparison of the overall number of papers per 1,000 inhabitants between the US and Canada. The US being, until recently, the biggest producer of paper, the highest investor in R&D. But we do see that, well, first, number of papers per inhabitants in the US is actually relatively stable, and is much lower than what we actually have for Canada, which is, from my point of view, quite surprising. And I'm not saying that this is related to the way funding is allocated, but I would assume that given the fact that success rates overall are higher in Canada than in the US, there are probably more faculty doing research out of all faculty that are in institutions, in research institutions. And also in terms of money invested in R&D at the level of the country. So the US is decreasingly, one could say that papers cost more and more money, so the number of papers per dollar invested in R&D is actually decreasing, and it's also much, much lower than what we have for Canada. So, and I must say, just for the general information of everyone, Canada in 2000 totally revamped its research council and creating new funding bodies like the Canada Foundation for Innovation, the Canada Research Chairs, etc. There was a general issue with funding, not that it has been solved, but let's say that things really improved from that point onwards. So we're still working on those issues, and I want to mention something because it shows how policymakers can influence the type of research that we do as scientometrician. So most of this analysis was based on a database that the government created that indexed every grant and contract that was received by university professors in Quebec. So it was really a database that was managed centrally by the Ministry of Education, and it was at the project level, very detailed, and it existed since 1983. That database was just created for university to ask for the indirect fees. So the deal was for the universities to send all of their project information, and in exchange, the government would send the indirect fees. So it was a system that was working pretty well. The government had information, and universities had their indirect fees. About 7 years ago, the government said, we'll send you the indirect fees. You don't need to send us this project information anymore, which then meant that the database disappeared. And so as policy analysts, there's now a source of information that we don't have anymore. So we're looking right now, but it's a bit more difficult because the data is not used anymore. So the effect of non-government funding and research contracts on this overall output, because we've seen in the past that there are substitution effects. When government funding decreases, then academics go and get more contracts to basically make sure that their labs continue to work. The effect of the infrastructure funding in Canada, there's a lot of funding that doesn't go for projects, but actually to create these various infrastructures. Team versus individual funding. Also looking at more the long-term effects of these very, very generous funding. And I'll talk in the epilogue a bit on what governments and policy agencies have done, but there's also things that the federal government does independently of the agencies. So Canada had some surpluses at some point a couple of years ago, and it decided not to give that money to the existing councils, but actually to create a new council that would have much more, let's say, not independent, but that would have no history and that could actually make decisions in a different manner. And this council gives funding that is up to $100 million. So there's a project at my institution that got one of those, and the PI got $100 million. What do you do when you have $100 million? You cannot spend that alone. Well, I can find ways of spending it, but again, the guy said, okay, I'm going to actually fund projects. So that guy became a mini research funder for other projects in the institution, which again, we can debate whether that's the right way research funding should be allocated. So I'm going to conclude on the reactions of two organizations. The first one is the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, which again, as we've seen earlier, went from giving small amount to many people, then decided to concentrate. Then after they saw our result, they said, yeah, we probably did the wrong thing. And so they reduced the maximum amount that people could ask for. They decided to decrease also the amount of the scholarship. So they actually accepted the results as sound data that indeed should shape their policy. So in that case, they actually listened to the community. And I would say in a way that they better. It was important that they do that because some of this research was actually funded by them through basic research. So they were being a bit coherent on that front. On the other hand, funders in the health sciences did not change anything. Basically, their funding continues to be as concentrated, and there's right now a lot of, I would say, unhappiness in the Canadian community on these success rates. So again, thank you very much, and happy to answer questions on that.
Thank you, Vincent. I think we have time for some questions. Two online questions.
Thank you. The first comes from Dmitry Kochekov from Leiden University. He's asking, isn't there a duplication of funding sources, for instance, government and university funding simultaneously? And the second one comes from Professor Sergio Sales. How about differences in terms of citations
Recording
between
stopped.
the papers issued by researchers that carry their PhD with and without scholarships? Did you investigate whether scholarships makes any difference on that indicator? And the same question may be addressed to the amount of fundings and differences in citations. Those are the
I'll take the second one first. I didn't get the first one really. So there was also no difference. I did not put the slides there, but indeed there was also no difference from a scientific impact point of view. So again, the amount kind of led to, let's say, null result. The biggest difference is, are you funded or not? And then that's where you see the gaps. The amount had no effect on citations or on overall outputs. But I didn't get exactly the first question. If you can repeat. Okay.
To elaborate, because I didn't get it either. So.
Okay, good.
So Vincent, you told us something about the European Research Council, but the European Research Council, I believe, gives that money not to increase productivity necessarily, but to attract people to Europe. So I give you money to come over to relocate, rather than did that factor into your?
Thanks for asking this question. In our
Recording in
evaluation
progress.
scheme, it was not part of the things they wanted to know. So when we finished that contract, to be honest, it took a lot of work. It was not an easy contract. There were a lot of fights with them, and we had to agree on a method. And then once we agreed, you're going to live with the results. Like, we won't do 25 back and forth. So the mobility aspect was not there, because indeed, and that's one of the things that I mentioned later, there could be benefits for the country benefits for the institution from that mobility, as well as freeing money from the other places where these people were from. Because in a way, it's more money in the system with those programs. But those were not things that they wanted to look at, which to me is surprising, because that's probably a stronger argument than looking at the individual increase pre and post.
Yeah, in Europe, this discussion has gone on also with the other programs, the framework programs that they have, because they, to evaluate them in terms of output, and sometimes the effects in terms of output are sort of low, relatively low. They are consortia. They fund only consortia, and the consortia have difficulties in how they decide about output and all that. However, what most analysts forget is that Europe funds those consortia in order to put the people from Malta to work with the Swedes and the British to work with the Italians and so forth. So there is a different idea behind the European programs, not just out.
No, it's a fair point. That said, this program is not about teams. These two programs are about individuals. Yes. I take you and I'm giving you a pot of gold to either you stay here or you go to Malta or wherever. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. Regarding your comparisons between the US and Canada, the last two slides, did you consider the amount of international collaboration of the authors? Or because this might be an important effect in the long run. I don't know if you consider that or not.
That's actually a very good point. So the United States, being a large country from a paper point of view, has much less international papers than Canada, because again, from a strictly probabilistic point of view, the bigger you are, the more likely you can find collaborators nationally rather than internationally. But even then, the difference between Canada and the US is not as large. Canada has about 55% of international papers, and the US is about 35. So that would actually lower the difference, but there would still be a difference if we were to fractionalize or remove international papers or something like that. But the other thing that I need to mention on those is something I alluded to before. It's the fabric of the country. So if we take the comparison in terms of R&D output, given that Canada does not have a lot of industries that invest, it means that the part of its R&D expenditure that come from the government is much higher than in the US, which means that in this overall number, there's a lot of R&D funding that does not go for basic research. So personally, I need to redo this comparison, only taking higher education R&D and looking only at university papers, probably, to have a more fair comparison, because there's a lot of R&D funding in there that counts in the denominator that actually goes for industry research, which does not lead to papers. And in what? Cassidy said for defense research. Just so that people know the numbers overall, the US accounts for about 80% of all defense R&D expenditures at the world level. So again, this is a huge, huge part of the R&D expenditures for the country.
There are two more questions here.
Thank you, Vincent, for the very good presentation. We did some years ago a similar evaluation about our PhD here in Brazil, about funding that FAPESP gave to PhD. We cited you in our paper in Scientometrics. And I see some similarities and some difference. We also find that our PhDs publish, the funded one publish even more than the not published, but we also found more citation rates from those that were funded. And it's interesting to see that trying to understand this difference, I see a great difference between the mechanisms that guides these people, these PhDs, because you said that those that are not funded, they try to go to the labs to find something to do. So they tend they are more likely to finish their PhD than those that goes to basement. And I think here in Brazil, what we found in evaluating FAPESP PhDs, it's quite different. Because when they have the scholarship, they really have like a fully dedication to their PhD. And those that are not funded, they try to do something else outside academia, because they need money to their families to live and so on. And so my question is that how is this in Canada, those that do their PhD working in something else? And also if you try to look to the impact in employment from those, because I think this is a very important impact also regarding evaluation of this PhD funding scheme.
Thank you for this question and comment. So the structure in Canada, you don't have to have funding to start a PhD program. So you start there, and then those who receive government funding, especially in the social sciences, as I said, will go in their basement, and the funding, they receive it directly. It's not through their lab, it's not through the institution, it's really money that goes to them. And so it gives them kind of financial independence, but does not integrate them at all into a research team. On the other hand, those who don't have funding, indeed, there's a subset that are going to go and have to work outside academia. But nowadays, there's actually a lot of research assistant jobs in labs. And so these people have to go and say, okay, I need to live, so I'm going to go into a lab, and that person will fund me. Then I'm part of a team, and this is where we see these positive effects. So there's some policy implications for that. So one of the policy implications, if I was head of this program at the Research Council, I would say that is great that you funded this person individually, but you need to make sure that she is integrated within a lab. In the natural and medical sciences, these things happen organically. You don't have to do anything. For the social sciences, the amount of friends, honestly, that I have who got the big scholarship because they were amazing at school and said, oh, I'm free now, I can do whatever I want, and they never finish. So there is really an issue there that is specific to the social sciences and humanities.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I find your discussion very interesting also in terms of discussing country strategies to allocate funding for research. And Canada, as well as the US or Brazil, are big countries relative to most other countries in the world. Therefore, they have and they devote more resources to research in a way. But I mean, can I ask you to speculate a bit in terms of what your analysis would imply for smaller countries, perhaps developing countries with fewer resources, in this discussion you make between the discovery or excellence, giving little money to very few so that you minimize the risk of failure or maximize the opportunity of discovering and spreading the net wider?
That's actually a good question, because of course, every country has a different strategy. So the science policy of a country needs to be part of a larger educational and economic policy. So why do you want to have these people with PhDs? Is it because you need medical or doctors or practitioners, or you actually need to develop basic research? If you're a developing country, you probably have applied research that you need to do. So your strategy should be different than Switzerland, let's say, who wants to focus on basic research. So from my point of view, of course, I would never concentrate, and even less so from a developing country, because you need to build capacity. You want to have as many as these highly skilled workers that can either go in industry or go to academia, which indeed in turn will train the new generation of scholars. What I find even more complex is how do you train your first generations? So historically, where I'm from, the research capacity in the 40s and 50s was not existing. So what did the government do? It sent people abroad, like many countries are doing now. But sending people abroad is actually something that's quite expensive. compared to funding them here. And so what the government quickly did is, okay, we're sending people abroad for 5 years. It's a program that's relatively short, and then these people come back and they become the first generation of faculty in our university that will actually train in-house. So I'm all in favor of internationalization, but there's an optimum amount of time where a country should invest in shipping its students abroad before it actually starts to build training capacity from within the country, where it's, of course, cheaper.
Yeah, it was the same at the beginning. Like, isn't there a duplication of funding sources? For instance, government and university funding simultaneously. For example, in the acknowledgement section, a few funders are mentioned mainly because there are several authors. How does it correspond to the pie chart in the beginning of the presentation?
Okay, so what we are having in the professor analysis is all of the funding that a person has received. And so this is not based on funding declared in papers. It's actually having the funded projects with their exact amount and linking that to the publications that are written during the grant period as well as the 2 years after, to account for the fact that it takes time for researchers to publish. And so indeed in those cases there's multiple funding that is included. So that's kind of the overall amount that a person would have received within a fixed time window.
I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. From what you invoked here regarding your communication with policymakers, closer. Okay. So from what you invoked regarding your communication with policymakers, I would like to ask you, because okay, the title is How Bibliometrics Can Inform Science Policy, but I was wondering what type of information do policymakers want from bibliometrics? So this sets a question related to how big data would be and can be exploited, let's say, by the policymakers.
I like that because it allows me to send a couple of jobs. No, but it's interesting because there's the information that they want and there's the information that they need. And our responsibility, I think, is to give them what they need. And it's the same at the university level or at the government level. What has been my strategy on that was actually to contact them directly. And I'm lucky because I know some of them, as well as publishing op-ed in newspapers, as well as writing blogs in scholarly websites to make sure that the information went there, but also that people who sit on the boards and sit on the committees were aware of that, and that the general public was also aware of that, and also that the members of parliament to which they report were also aware of that. So I went for a strategy that was beyond telling them in their ears, hey, you should not do that, to something that would force them to do something. And they still like me. So it's fine, but it's something where you need to have multiple communication strategies that go, at least from my point of view, from the personal to making sure the research is peer review, to making sure that also the outside academe, let's say, or a broader sphere of people are actually aware of that. Then, of course, they can decide not to follow your advice. Like we were talking yesterday that there's a lot of policy evidence that is available out there, but there's many governments that decide just to ignore it. And of course, it depends on whether the topic is more politicized than other. It depends on the country. But in that case, some funders at least have listened to it. And
Thank you very much, Vincent. I think it's time to move to the next, to our panel now, right? So you are going.
Okay, we'll start now our first panel. For that, I ask for Professor Nicholas Van Ortas. He will be the moderator of this panel. I also ask for Vincent and Cassidy to sit here as we will be discussing the first keynotes. And finally, I ask for Professor Adriana Bin. Adriana is a professor at the Faculty of Applied Science of the State University of Campinas in the area of administration. She is a permanent professor at the graduate program in administration and at the graduate program in scientific and technological policy from Unicamp, and she is associate coordinator of the Laboratory of Studies on Research, Innovation and Organization. I ask for Ana Maria Carneiro. Ana Maria is a professor, is currently a researcher at the Public Policy Studies Center. She is a participating professor of the graduate program in Scientific and Technological Policy, associate coordinator of the Higher Education Studies Laboratory, and associate coordinator of the study group on Research and Innovation Organization. I ask for Professor Roberto Marcondes. He is a full professor in the Department of Computer Science at USP, working in Data Science Research Group. He is currently Special Advisor for Physical Science and Engineering at the São Paulo Research Foundation. And finally, I ask for Rodrigo Costas. Rodrigo is a senior researcher at the Center for Science and Technology Studies at Leiden University. He is also an extraordinary associate professor at the Center for Research on Evaluation, Science and Technology of Stellenbosch University. Thank you. Nick, you can now join us here.
Thank you. Easy transition. So what we are supposed to do here is now to open the discussion. We heard two very interesting presentations. We have 4 new, very intelligent people on the table. So each one of them will give us a very short statement and basically discuss. Thank you. Let's start. Andrea.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this very good keynote. Actually, I have more questions than comments, but I think there are questions for both Vincent and Cassidy, and also for the other people here, for Roberto and Rodrigo, maybe. I will begin with something that comes to my mind when we, in our morning discussion, which is about data scientists and evaluators, the difference between them. So some years ago, I've read a work from Pete York and Michael Bamberger, which is about measuring results and impacts in the age of big data. And one of the things that Bamberger told us about in this book, it's about that. It's that one of the big problems regarding the integration of data science people and evaluation people is the philosophical differences, because they say that they look in a different way to data. And I think here in Brazil we have few people from data science in evaluation. And I think in Europe and US we have a lot. I've been here, I've been in last week in the EISSI and also in the Science of Science and Innovation. And we have a lot of people from computer science, from engineering. And I saw a lot of interesting works using bibliometrics, scientometrics, and doing correlations between data, but with no meaning regarding policy design, policy evaluation. So something that I want to hear from you, and also maybe from Roberto, which is in data science, how to bridge, to construct this bridge between these two communities. I don't know if I do one and then we discuss. I have like lots of questions. Okay.
an important question, and it relates to the training of data scientists on the one hand, as well as the training of social scientists. So there's one thing that I think needs to happen, and I think it's increasingly happening, at least in Canada and in the US, is training data scientists for answering social sciences research questions. And this is something that historically was not so much the case. You would have, of course, these statisticians were kind of historically in between, but what we're having now is people who are not necessarily statisticians, but people who actually can handle data from the beginning to the end. And these people need indeed to have a better social science training.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to link this to something that I was just about to mention. I totally agree with you. This is very important, this kind of bridge between the communities. I do think that here in Brazil, so we have some specificities, and one of them related to both Vincent and Cassidy presentations is that we have challenges regarding data. So gathering data, organizing data. Just to give a concrete example, okay? Cassidy mentioned the US case. The NSF has a very good data set available regarding inequalities, gender inequalities, etc. in STEM. And this fantastic data set, they have data since the 90s, so 1994, 1993 or something like this. And then probably people are using this data set. This is one of the goals stated by the NSF. They are trying to use this in order to fight inequality in STEM regarding gender inequalities and so on and so forth. Last year, they issued their analysis, and they have shown that inequality has decreased in most fields, except in my field, computer science. Actually, in computer science, gender inequality increased in 25 years of fighting the problem or something like this, which shows how problematic it is. When we come back to here in Brazil, the fact is that we don't have this data. We don't know what's going on here. We have some feelings, for instance, in my department. We are responsible for the computer science BSc course at USP in São Paulo, and we know that computer science, when it was created in the 70s, the kids, the students that started, the undergrads that started, most of them, they were girls, they were women. So at that time, there were more women interested in computer science than kids, and in general, the girls, they are better, so they go in any competitive like our vestibular or something like this, they go better. But this changed completely since the 70s. So I do think that besides community, I would say that one challenge that we have here in the country is how to systematically gather and organize data, including organizing the quality of the data, as Vincent just mentioned, which is also a very important issue. So I would add, as part of the challenge, Adriana, the fact that our agencies, they should look for gathering and organizing data, then we can extract information, we can derive policies and so on and so forth. So I would add this aspect that, at my point of view, we are behind, like the case of the Canada and the US that we just heard.
And I also think that we have to, like you said, educate more the social science for these problems. I think in Brazil, you also have to educate more our social science to look to data. We have this problem of data, but to make this conversation. So thank you. This is it's a thing that I was thinking about in these two events that I went in the US. So I have another issue here. I'm very much interested in measuring bias in funding allocation. So we are now in a project and we are trying to measure bias in funding allocation in FAPESP, that's it, including gender. And I think this is very important because Cassidy showed us a lot of inequalities regarding gender in scientific production and citation and so on. But when we are saying about funding allocation, I think that's when things start, because if you have a grant, you have a possibility condition of doing science. So you said that women have less grants, but they are very much productive when they have the grants. And I want to know if you discussed the mechanisms of this inequality in resource allocation, considering the peer review mechanisms. If you have some study that looks at the profile of peer review, of the reviewers, and also the profile of those that get or not get the funding. And also, how do you see the alternatives to peer review, like the lottery or even the mini research bodies that Vincent told us now, in trying to overcome these inequalities? This is something that's very much intriguing for me.
Thanks. It's a great question, and one that I think we can unpack in many ways. So I'll get to the peer review, but I'll draw sort of from my 2 years at the National Science Foundation as a program director looking at these. So a lot of it starts at the point of submission, too. It's before you even have that. So the rate at which women are even submitting for and applying for this funding is lower than would be expected given their rate in the ecosystem. So part of that is institutions providing mentorship and guidance and support for women to write grants, particularly if they have never been in that lead position in a lab. So if as a doctoral student, your advisor's not teaching you how to go for funding and not encouraging you to do it, then you become an assistant professor and you have no support for how to write a grant, which is a fundamentally different genre of writing than a journal article. So if you haven't had that mentorship, you're already not submitting at the same rate as men. Then when the submissions came in, one of the things I noticed is women tended to request less money than their male counterparts. So they're already coming in at a place where they say, oh, I only need this much to do the same thing that their male counterparts were asking twice as much money. I mean, the disparity there was enormous in just how much they were requesting. So you see differences there. So there's a lot of things bundled into just the submission process itself. Then in peer review, absolutely, you see these kind of disparities where people are looking at how many publications did you have, which we already shown were different. In which journals did you publish, which for many disciplines were different. What is your affiliation? What is your department? So all of those other disparities compound at the level of grant review because we're using other indicators to decide on that, which should be the input indicator, right, not an output indicator. So you have those kind of spaces that are happening. As we've shown too, women and other minoritized scholars tend to investigate slightly different topics. So one of my sort of favorite, most damning reports recently, which I haven't done, was looking at the National Institutes of Health. And they found that Black and African American scholars were funded at lower rates for one simple reason. The topics in which they were interested were underfunded in the NIH's portfolio. So when women and other minoritized faculty are asking questions that are slightly different from the mainstream topics, they're also at a disadvantage in funding. And so it sort of perpetuates that Matilda effect there as well. So I think there's a lot of different mechanisms to unpack here, but they all relate to something that Nick said in the opening, right? All of these systems are really complex, right? The innovation system is a complex ecosystem, and all of these different variables and parameters are interacting with each other, and in this case, in a cumulatively disadvantaged way.
I have nothing to add. Maybe one thing maybe one thing that I'd like to add, and I did not discuss the gender component at all in what I presented, but there are indeed gender differences also that we've observed when you relate funding with output in the Canadian context. And actually, in one of the studies that we did, once you control for funding received, gender differences disappeared in the overall output of Canadian researchers. And so why do you see a difference in the reality? It's because, as Cassidy said, they ask for less money. And for some of the period for which we had the data, they also had, in the Canadian context at least, a lower success rate. Because indeed, in Canada, historically, funding was given a lot based on previous accomplishments. So of course, the longer your CV, the more likely you are going to be to receive additional funding. Now there was a change that was made by the funding body in the health sciences. So historically, in the health sciences, the way the peer review was made was 80% on the CV and 20% on the project. So again, the CV is what matters. The project, yeah, you're doing something okay, then you're good. In that case, indeed, there was a gender difference in the outcome. A couple of years ago, they decided to shift that. So instead of funding people, they still funded people, but instead of focusing on the people, they focused on the project and then flipped that to saying it's going to be 20% your CV and 80% the project. What did it do? It led to equality in the success rates of men and women. So this is kind of a positive, these are positive policy interventions. Of course, some people screamed because they were used to getting their grants renewed all the time. Yeah, I have a big CV, I'm a big shot. But then, of course, it's good individually for these people, but it may not be good collectively. And the job of a policy organization is to think of the collective, not to think about the individuals.
Okay, very good. Let's go further down the table there.
So first, I would like to congratulate Cassidy and Vincent. I think their presentations were very elucidating. And I think the epistemic consequences of science inequalities are gaining more and more in space here in the global south. And I think research on gender inequality is fundamental, but I would like to go further, enter in the other variables, such as race. And I was looking at text in intersectional inequalities in science, and I was looking if we could do the same analysis here in Brazil. And I was trying to see if we have some bibliography or database, and I found a study from 2016 that analyzed 46 million names from the Annual Social Information Report. That's a database on formal employment that we have here in Brazil. Is a rich database that this study was seeking the ancestrality of workers, given and family names. And the study used fuzzy match and machine learning algorithm to match the contemporary names with the ancient names, using data from American Census microdata and register from São Paulo Immigration Museum, and the other list with popular Japanese, Spanish, and Italian given names. And the result is very interesting. 80% of the total surnames were from Portugal and Spain. So the conclusion is that you can't use surnames to analyze race and color because, and I quote the author of this study, Leonardo Monastero, in the Brazilian case, giving name methods are inappropriate for identifying indigenous or African ancestry. This group adopted, or rather were forced to adopt Iberian given names. This means that the term ancestry in those papers refers to the ancestry of the given name and not to the individual. However, these two groups, indigenous and African ancestry, correspond, hopefully speaking, to the classification of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. Therefore, this is not an appropriate method. And it's important to say that the black and brown people today correspond more than 50% of the population. And in fact, I share the same surname of the Brazilian president, that Silva is the most common surname in Brazil, but we couldn't have most different trajectories. I'm first generation of Portuguese parents, and he's a person who was born in the northeast part of Brazilian. And I think we self-report race very differently also. So I would like to put that race in Brazil is more complicated, and I think it's very difficult to use this data. And I agree with Cass that in this case, self-report data is the best one. And as I will continue soon, I think we have good databases that we can gather this information on race.
I'd love to respond. So I am so glad to hear you say that and interested. We had a great talk yesterday with Jana and Karen about similar things. So we have a currently funded project, and the idea was to apply the intersectionality to the Brazilian context. And we searched and searched, and we came up with the same conclusion that there was no database from which we could responsibly derive names. I will say deriving names algorithmically, even in the United States, is plagued with some of these same issues. There are a lot of overlap between African American names and white names due to the history of slavery, when slaves took on usually their master's names. So it creates some of these very problematic inferences here. So a combination of given and first names becomes interesting, but by fourth and fifth generation, many of those differences become invisible. And so there's also many algorithms that try to look at ethnicity, but trying to understand and infer what ethnicity means over time and generations is really problematic. So I'm definitely persuaded that self-report is the best way to do this, but I'm also keen to problematize that as well. So Elsevier and other journals right now are starting to collect this from authors, but they're using ethnicity as a marker and country of origin. So they ask, where are your ancestors from in the opening thing? I don't know how to answer that question, and I think many Americans also don't know how to answer that question accurately and in a way that would be interpretable or give us anything. So I think it does come down to the fundamental data problem. How do we get data from which we can derive responsible policy evidence? And I think both of those things have certain problems and contexts that have to be taken into consideration. I'll also just say one last thing about the expected values and data. So other databases that have been used a lot in econ to infer race and ethnicity within the US has been mortgage lending databases. But that skews predominantly white. And so whenever you're using databases that's already not a balanced representation of your population, your inferences are also going to be problematic. So I think it goes back to something Roberto said at the beginning, right, is that we have to think about data, but data requires investment, and it requires sustained investment and standardization over time. But use requires access. But responsible use requires context. So unless we're doing all of those stages, data alone is not enough to make responsible policy interventions.
Thank you. Rodrigo.
Hello. So I would like to actually take it from here, from this discussion about the issues of data, the incompleteness of data, I mean, all these type of problems. And I think it was more or less in both presentations. So UCASD are using algorithms for gender inference. And Bassam mentioned something that I find that is very important, that they invested a lot of time in curating the funding data. And I have the impression that these issues many times are overlooked. So when we use ready-to-use algorithms, Python packages to disambiguate, to manipulate and use our data, we many times may forget that these algorithms and these processes come with their own biases. And I would like to get your view on this and what should be our attitude, how should we approach all these issues.
So, of course, the beauty of these algorithms that have been created over the recent years is that we can actually increase the scale of the analysis that we can make. So what I presented today is based on a couple of tens of thousands. Now we can do a couple of tens of million people with these algorithms, which is quite exceptional. But what we lack right now are gold standards or ground truths that allow us to actually test those algorithms. And unfortunately, in current academia, this is not really something that is valued, creating those analyses. We're focusing on the results, and we're giving value to the people who do the algorithm, but those who actually do the painstaking work of validating that, it's a bit less important. So I think that this is something collectively that we should work on, and it's stuff that needs to be, I think, tiered by country. So if you think of just the author disambiguation algorithms, there's a huge national aspect to that. It's much more difficult to disambiguate Chinese researchers, so distinguishing the various people with the same name, than it is for the Netherlands or for Brazil. because of, again, in the Netherlands, the names are actually really long. For Brazil, you have got some very common surname, but there's also many other names that are added, which makes it, statistically speaking, a bit easier. But there needs to be an international cooperation, I think, on those aspects. It's part of the collective infrastructure that we want to do. If we think that science policy is important, then we need to invest in the data that can support these policies, and this is not something that nations should do alone. This is stuff that we should do collectively.
If I may add something, Vincent, is also sometimes we also, because we may think that with big data, only big, large-scale analysis are the important ones. And sometimes having focalized, very well-curated analysis are actually more valuable for the local question that you try to answer than the large-scale analysis. And in our field, sometimes we may overlook the second one. So, well, local analysis, well done, properly curated, are as valid as large-scale analysis. And I think this is something, a culture that we should also try to promote.
Okay, I actually want to open the discussion to the audience as well, those present here and those online. Okay, so I want to open the discussion to the audience, and it's good to discuss here on the table, but also you may have questions there or the others online. So feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. Okay. All right. So I will be looking. You want to continue? Go.
Well, I would like to throw a question to actually all of us, because it was quite prominent in both presentations of Vincent and Cassidy. That is, how can we present this research, this work, to policymakers? I think, Joanna, you had a very good question on that. How can we make that connection with policymakers and try to inform them in the interventions that they can make in changes that are necessary in funding, in workforce composition, in all these questions? And to me, this is a question for which I don't have an answer. How to reach to them, how to inform them in their questions, and actually how to help them to formulate the right questions, the questions of what they need, not of what they believe they want.
I have a funny answer, but then I would like to
Well,
link
those
to
are
a
the ones we
serious
want.
question. Is that good?
Funny question.
So the funny answer is that we have to teach ChatGPT, because the policymakers will start using ChatGPT to take decisions. And then we hope ChatGPT and BARD will answer correctly. But then I would like to link to the serious question, not serious question, but the serious aspect. It regards methods. So this technology that came, everybody's just talking about it now. It does have some different aspects, some different mathematical and technological aspects going on. So in terms of analyzing unsupervised data, so Vincent just mentioned the question of ground truth and annotated data, etc. One differential aspect of this kind of technology is that, in principle, it does not require annotated data to work. And then there is the other aspect that is linked to what Rodrigo asked, which is the natural language processing and synthesizing the answers, which is very important for us because it's a much better but natural way of doing the interaction with the aspects. It comes with both risks and opportunities, of course, because it may be biased, but it also may open the window of, I don't know, explaining to a non-technical person that is taking decisions regarding policy, etc., to be influenced. So I don't have any kind of answer regarding that, but I do think that this should be in the research agenda of most people working on it. This is very, very important.
I was waiting to put that question on the table, actually. Okay. It's exactly the question.
Sorry for spoiling the...
And I want to make it a little bit sharper, too. So who are the big producers? Who are the two countries that actually lead the world in artificial intelligence, right, in these programs? US?
And Canada.
China. Oh. Right? US, China. Now, look at them. Who is doing the research in the United States? The private sector. Right? The private sector in the US, artificial intelligence dominated by the private sector. Who is doing research in China? very influenced by a government, an authoritarian government. In both cases, you could have huge biases, right? Because the private sector may not necessarily be aware or interested or whatever to explore this, and on the other side, somebody is very much interested to exploit this, right? So this is a huge question. It's becoming a big question with data, right? I would like to address this here.
It's a complex one, and I would add to the fact that there's a transparency aspect to the research in both the U.S. and in both the U.S. and in China. So of course, historically, industries were publishing their research findings. In the 1980s, about 25% of the world output was published by, a bit less than that, I say 20% of the world's output was published by industries. Companies like Bell Labs had 9 Nobel Prize winners in their laboratories, publishing basic research in physics and in engineering. This percentage now of the world's published papers authored by industry is at 3%. Does that mean that the industry does not do research anymore? No. It means that they don't publish. They keep these findings internally. The incentives for a firm to publish are not as strong as they used to be. So you have this area that is crucial, which is AI, for which, let's say, the information, both, again, in the case of China, because of other reason it won't be published, or in the case of the US or other countries, the output won't be there. So there's actually consequences for science and for its cumulative aspect, as well as, let's say, for all of the consequences that AI can have on our lives.
But I think I'd follow up, and to Roberto's joke, I think it's a truism, right? That policymakers follow the law of least effort, and like all of us do. So they're going to take whatever data is available to them in that moment. They're also working on a fundamentally different timescale from academics. So when a policymaker needs information to make a decision, they need it now, not in 3 years when we can generate the amount of data. So in building a collective infrastructure, I think the key things is to be able to anticipate all of those policy needs and to create and cultivate a data set that will have real-time information that's going to be able to be responsive to contemporary needs, not needs from 3 years ago. I think Vincent's comment also leads that it can't just be papers. Like, we're scientists, so we think about the products that were around us, but there are so many other evidence and traces of knowledge production that happens across multiple sectors, including industry, federal agencies, governments, and nonprofits. And we need to start thinking more creatively about collecting a wider breadth of information, because that's what's going to be necessary to answer contemporary problems, not just publication data. And so I'm hoping Rodrigo will talk more about that this afternoon.
I want to just echo, so the original question is, how do you talk to policymakers? And I just want to make 2 comments. You don't talk to policymakers the same way you talk to colleagues. They don't care about what type of regression you use. They don't care about, they want to understand what is the result and what are the consequences for them. But that's the first point. The second point is you need to know them. And by that I mean personally helps, but also know what their mission is. And you need to create, in a way, a relationship with them. You need to know what is driving. You need to be aware of what's happening at the government level. You need to read the newspaper. You need to know what is happening and what are the forces. Because typically, the people we talk to are going to be deputy minister, but you need to know who the minister is and what their vision is. So you need to be aware. It's not something that can be just, we'll throw findings and they're going to use it. You need to develop the relationship.
Just complementing here, I think we need that the funding agencies and the other government bodies, they are doing their policies. They need to construct their capacity in evaluation also. So they can talk to the scientists about it, but they also, they will ask the right questions also, because this conversation is not easy about scientists and the funding agencies. We have a very good experience in FAPESP here in Brazil, because we have like about 10 years evaluating a lot of FAPESP's programs. So in this time, we are increasingly understanding what FAPESP wants from their evaluations, and also they are understanding what we can give them. So now we have another management in FAPESP. We don't know how things will go. But I think this construction of evaluation models, monitoring and evaluation models, it's very much important for this communication.
There's a mic there that can be.
Yeah, I want only to follow up this sequence. I think what Cassie talked is very important, timing, and what Adriana put, that's capacity evaluation capacity in the agents' fundings and also in the government. But I also think that when we are doing our studies, we have to listen and to engage with the policymakers, because it's very difficult to do an evaluation and to get the answers in the end and show, oh, here is what you have to do. And they, no, but this is not our question. So you have to engage, you have to include the participation of the policymakers in the studies, in the evaluation since the beginning. So create some steering committees to discuss the whole process, the questions, the methods, and everything during the whole process. So in the end, they will think that the results are legitimate, and they will accept much more.
Okay,
easier.
we got a question here, and we're going to follow it up with an question.
Thank you. In fact, the question mainly addressed to Vincent that came to my mind following this conversation. Have you looked, when you were looking at the number of publications that was flattening, have you also looked if there was a parallel increase in patent activity, especially in the disciplines, engineering, health, or natural sciences?
So, two answers. For the Quebec analysis, where you see the flattening of papers, we did not see, we did not do the patent analysis. Patent analysis, but it could be, but I would be very surprised given what I know about academic patenting in Quebec. So there was a huge rise in academic patenting in the early 2000s, thinking that it would lead to two things: that individual faculty will become rich, and also that institution would be able to get a lot of money from that. None of those two things happened. So in 2010, people said, okay, I will patent sometimes, but that will not be my main output. So it's not impossible, but I would be surprised. We, however, did the analysis for ERC, looking at whether indeed there was a rise in patent after they received the funding. There was none. In the US, I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay, this comes from Professor Sergio Sales, and it goes for the entire panel. Which are the 2 or 3 topics regarding big data and machine learning that must, in your opinion, be in the agenda of STI policy studies?
That's a good question. Okay. Can we answer tomorrow? I started. So I think the policy world, from a research assessment and understanding the research system point of view, shifted from a paper-centric level to an individual level analysis. So historically, many analyses are done at the paper level because this was the unit we were able to properly measure. With the advent of these algorithms, and that's my first point, there needs to be better author disambiguation algorithm. We can shift to individual level analysis. And this is not to do the evaluation of individuals, it's to be able to reconstruct research groups and analyze research trajectories of career trajectories of people. But in order to do that, you need to have individual level data. And so this is, I think, an area that is crucial that we need to focus on from a algorithms point of view. The other one, and I'll leave space for my friends here, is actually to have proper discipline assignation. So again, historically, disciplines in the data are based on the journals in which the papers are published, which is quite imperfect, which is also quite large scale. And so we need to work more on developing this algorithm to try to understand how science is structured and from a dynamic point of view. Basically, disciplines are moving. What was considered physics in the 19th century is not the same physics as today. So we need to be able to have these algorithms that actually allow to be more precise, assess research fronts, new topic, and be able, perhaps, and I will tone my, I will be, yeah, I cannot find the word, so I won't say it, but like we need to be humble in that, is being able to do predictions on what may be the most important research area, or those that could be the most fruitful.
So I have to tell to Sergio that I forgot my crystal ball at home, so I cannot really make a good prediction. Yeah, exactly. So then I would prefer to make what would be my ideal topic. So at least the ones I feel more urgent in this whole big data discussion. I think that I totally coincide with Vincent. So we need to indeed have a more individual level focus, and I would take it from there and even make it bigger. So we really need data to understand the whole ecosystem, the whole science ecosystem, not just focus on one part, on one type of organization, or even one type of output that is the publication. So we have a whole ecosystem of patents, of type of outputs of researchers, of research teams, of organizations that are contributing to knowledge, of countries and countries associations, and also everything that happens outside the scientific system. So policy, media, social media, the web at large. So I would say that in this data discussion, we need to have sources to be able to map this whole ecosystem. A second point I would like to see better is what we were discussing before, the whole curation idea. So understanding that the data doesn't speak by itself. So we need to develop frameworks. We need to work with that data, invest time with that data, and typically also complement it with other approaches, more qualitative approaches and approaches that come from other disciplines. And the final point I would like to be much better is data literacy, that more researchers, but also more policymakers, more other societal actors get to understand data much better, so that then cheating with data or say sending wrong messages with data becomes more difficult. So this is another element I would like to see much more reinforced and research.
So, well, if I understand the question of what does machine learning bring for science policy, I would probably, and I have three options. I'd amplify the first two, identifiers. It's really good at identifying unique units of analysis. Prediction, which has been mentioned before. But to me, the big breakthrough is text. Right? It allows us to analyze huge portions of text. So why do we talk so much about disciplines or citations or references? Because there's metadata that's associated with it. It's clean and it's easy. It's a simplified, reduced version of what we have. But to be able to look across millions and billions of pieces of text, of words, to be able to cultivate, that gives us different levels of granularity than we ever had before. It gives us, dare I say, new impact indicators. What if what you do changes the discourse of a discipline and the discourse of the news cycle, the discourse of social media? All of those changes in text that we can't perceive through a link between a paper and a thought and a concept. I think we have a lot more there. So I'm thinking about, science policy things. Yes, we can look at it in bibliometrics, but I have a colleague at my school who looks at complaints at EV charging stations across the United States. So people get online and they're like, this electric vehicle charging station is terrible because of XYZ. Well, they can take those millions of things and suddenly say, we know where we have issues and we need more charging stations. We know what the big issues are. We can actually address these. We can change state level policies around electric vehicles, right? We can do that in a way that we would have had to take a really expensive survey that would have maybe hit 300 people, and now we have millions of comments and responses that we can do. So just the ability to wrangle and manage the vast amounts of digital text that's being produced is a huge advantage for science policy, not just for scientometrics and those related spaces, but in the entire space of science policy work.
I would like to add a different aspect. Is this work? Okay. I I would link this aspect of analyzing eventually text, I think that Cassidy just mentioned, but to a kind of urgent and at the moment challenge that we have, which is the effects of pandemics into our environment. I mean, if we're just talking now, me and Nick at the beginning, our universities, they are empty. If you see, for instance, I don't know at NSF and in your agencies, but you see FAPESP, the number of applications for scholarships, for grants, etc., decreased a lot. We're talking about not 1% or 2%, we're talking about 30%. 35%. The number of students applying to have an engineering degree decreased a lot. So we are kind of living and experiencing something that's very different from before the COVID and the pandemics, with very extreme, I think, challenges for our environment. If I'm going to the university every day, and I keep thinking about when society will find out that USP, our university, is empty. I mean, the students, they come, I don't know at your university, but this is the fact here. They simply come, they take their courses, and they go back. And most of our professors, our colleagues, is the same. So this is a kind of, there is danger there, I do think. And in order to find out using data, it will take time to gather data, and I don't want to understand what's going on and to propose solutions within 10 years. We have to propose solutions next year or something like this. So I do think there is something there that could be a kind of opportunity for research, and eventually there are some answers, or at least some indicators in the social networks that people are discussing, why they don't come to the course, etc., etc. So I would add this kind of urgent point of aspect regarding data and at the moment problem that we face in our science research university environment.
So to be more provocative, Mr. Robert Solow in the 1950s produced a paper, 1956, that by chance, more or less, not exactly by chance, but more or less by chance, he could not explain the changes in GDP, in gross domestic product, on the basis of the classic variables. And the classic variables then were capital, labor, and perhaps agriculture, land, right? And he came up with this idea that actually what might explain this variance. A lot of variants were unexplained by this. He said technology. Right? Technology might explain the technological change. He produced an amazing model that educated generations of people, and which, of course, has evolved and so forth. Is it the time? The question is this now: is it the time that we are coming across a new variable? Maybe our models do not include yet this variable. Could it be actually that we are coming to the point with these masses of data and ability to analyze that we really need to include this into our model? Yeah.
So I'll give a quick answer, and it's derived from a paper that was led by one of my doctoral students, Lily Mao. So we took Cesar Hidalgo's paper on the product space of nations, which looks and tries to cluster nations by the same kinds of imports and exports they have. So looking at these products, very simply put. And what we did was we took knowledge products and we said, okay, people who are good in one discipline, what other disciplines do they do? And how long does it take to build capacity from one discipline to the next one to the next? What are the paths of these developments of a comprehensive and robust scientific ecosystem? And so we took all these data and we clustered them, and we've been clustering scientific disciplines using references and citations and all of these other things for years, and we always get similar kinds of maps. The map of science is fairly static in how disciplines relate to each other. But when we did it by countries, it wasn't the same map at all. We had weird disciplines that were in biology next to chemistry that shouldn't have been, and some chemistry disciplines that were another way. And as we started to dig down to these clusters, which we had 3 major nodes, we had sort of the natural, things that you do because of the stuff on the ground, the tangible assets here. These are the kinds of sciences we can do because there is stuff that is here in my country. There are things I can see and observe. There's materials I can work with. And then there was the technological that was really, this takes machinery to do. It takes sort of industry, and you have to be a relatively advanced society to have this kind of industry. And then there was this other bucket, and we dug into it trying to understand it, and it was the social. It was, how does science make society better? That was really what those disciplines were trying to do. And we took this by levels of development, and we saw a clear path that countries began in this sort of natural space, then moved to the technical, and then moved to the social. And it was very difficult to make those leaps if you weren't developed in one or the other. And so I would say, yes, in the 1950s, the next stage was the technical. Let's move from the sources, the resources and resource-driven science into a technologically driven science. And I would argue that, yes, right now we're in a space that says, what is science doing for society? And if we can't make that link, I think we'll fall behind sort of as developing and advanced nations.
Not answering your question, but making a link with what Cassidy said. How can we understand these inequalities, for instance, in gender, considering developing countries? Because we see a lot of works about gender, about affiliation, about race, and so on. But when you're talking about these patterns or these evolutions, this came to my mind. So how to measure and how to address this kind of inequalities regarding these different stages of development?
If anyone else wants to take these questions, I'm happy to. No, but I think that there's actually a really interesting question here about inequality in the scientific workforce. And now I'm not just going to go with those people producing papers, because I think that's a very narrow view of what the scientific workforce is. And so you mentioned artificial intelligence earlier, and I think it's a really interesting one. As we change the technological fabric of certain developing countries, as we change what we're doing, we have upskilling and reskilling. And what we're seeing in a lot of that labor data is upskilling and reskilling are available and accessible to certain populations and not others. So even in this moment where we feel like, all right, we're studying disparities and inequalities, and we understand that really well, and we want to have these technological innovations, we seem to be missing that gap, that a lot of this upskilling and reskilling is really focused on majority populations and usually higher income populations as well. So I think we have an opportunity in this moment of technological transformation to say, how are we ensuring that new jobs in semiconductor processing and in artificial intelligence and in biopharma are actually available and accessible to the full breadth of the population? Let's not make the same mistakes we made in generating the last scientific workforce as we're generating what is going to be fundamentally a new scientific workforce, and one that frankly is not going to be dependent upon higher education to the same degree it was. I think a lot of this upskilling and reskilling is going to happen in industry and in other kinds of localized environments. So we have an opportunity here, but we also have a possibility of really reifying and amplifying the same disparities we had in the past.
Keep asking the difficult questions if you don't. I will.
Hi. So thank you for all the presentations and the discussions. I have a question. I was wondering if you all have any thoughts on the role of training in graduate programs, so in master's programs or PhD programs, to train future scientists to deal with problems that have both social science and data science aspects. in terms maybe of courses that are offered to students and how social scientists could learn to do with big data, and if how data scientists could learn maybe to ask more social science questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Of course, there should be more of those, to be honest. I have not seen so many programs that actually combine those things. What I have seen, though, is I think a couple of summer schools, or like things that are a bit more tailored that have been developed in this area. But that's one of the issues. Universities don't move so fast. Creating a new program is something that takes time, takes a lot of investment, and quite often department, given the structure of universities and of tenure, it's not easy to have someone who's an expert on that on your faculty, so you need to open a new line. So I think on that front, probably university needs to be more agile, which is probably why most of these programs are not standards, masters, or PhD program, but rather summer schools and extra stuff that can actually be created more easily. But there's probably a long-term lesson that our universities need to learn from that to keep their relevance in today's society and economy.
I'd welcome you all to do a stay at the School of Public Policy at Georgia Institute of Technology. That was a joke, but seriously, I think there are a lot of programs that are doing these kinds of works, and it goes to Adriana's question at the very beginning, how do we bridge these things? It has to happen in the educational system. It's not something that happens afterwards. You have to be trained to be sort of bilingual scholars in both the theories and the quantitative and qualitative methods.
I have a question about, do you think that there would be a replacement of some surveys with the new ways of collecting data, for example, the Community University survey? And if this will happen, at least I know that in Spain they are trying to do so, but I don't think it's yet the moment. But do you think that there is a danger of breaking all the different trends or data sets that have been collected through very many years?
Quickly answer with a little story about a newspaper in Quebec that actually stopped doing surveys to predict the election, but decided to use social media instead to see to make their predictions. And unsurprisingly, they were totally wrong in the results. So I do believe surveys still have a place. Of course, there's issues with surveys. Historically, surveys are done by calling home telephones. Well, most people don't have home telephones anymore. Now people can actually have their phone number removed from these lists. So it's increasingly difficult to make surveys on society, let's say, in general. And I do believe, actually, we know that right now there's a lot of surveys that are done in industries, for instance, that are only based on the data that are collected with our phones, etc. But this is not done in such a transparent manner, and this is also not done to do research in the sense that we understand it, but more to do research that leads to marketing and tailored products, etc. So there's some lack of transparency there. But there's also consequences to that. We need to regulate industries more in what they collect on us. Well, probably, but that depends on the countries. But for social sciences purposes, it is indeed increasingly, I believe, difficult to collect data that has a global, let's say, relevance that is not biased by those other factors.
And perhaps a quick answer as well is that it doesn't need to be one or the other. So if data can respond a question, can respond an issue better, you can say you can use the service to answer the other questions that perhaps are not available through the data. So I don't necessarily see a conflict here, and you don't have to choose one or the other. It's whenever you have a data set or a data approach that can serve better the purpose, use it, and use other approaches to answer those other questions. So I would think more in the complementarity of approaches rather than the conflict of approaches.
Okay, we have reached the end actually of our time. Do you have any closing comments? Anyone wants to say something really burning to leave us? Really? You don't have anything?
All right, I'll say something. I'm always burning to say something. Well, one of the things that I just heard through all of this is that to be effective in any of these ways, we need collective infrastructure, we need partnerships, we need collaboration, we need engagement, we need cross-training, right? And all of those things require this kind of engagement. So I just want to thank you for organizing this and this panel, because I think that's a start in it, but I think we have to do more towards that. This is not, none of these questions are things that any single nation, institution, or individual can solve alone.
And we did not address the question of standards. That's exactly because different nations will use different standards and different companies, different standards, and everybody, but we will come back to this after lunch. So thank you very much. Thanks the panel here. Great discussion. We are coming back. What time? Huh? 3:30. All right, we are coming back 3:30 to continue. Thank you.
2:30, sorry.
2:30. 2:30 to continue.
Recording stopped.
All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die.
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we'll continue now our conference. I now ask for Professor Sérgio Salles to present our next keynote speaker. Professor Sérgio, he's a full professor at the Department of Scientific and Technological Policy at the Institute of Geoscience at Unicamp, and he's also a PI of a co-PI of the INSISPO program. Please, Sérgio.
Thank you, Johanna. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Rodrigo Costas. Where is Rodrigo? He's there. Rodrigo, he's a senior researcher. These letters are too small for me, so I'll take some. He's a nice guy. That's enough to introduce him. Senior researcher at the Center for Science and Technology Studies, CWTS, in Leiden, at Leiden University in Netherlands. He's also an extraordinary associate professor at the Center of Research on Evaluation, Science and Technology. The acronym is CREST, of Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And he's also a collaborator here in the INCISPO project. He's a PI, one of the co-PIs of the INCISPO project, dealing exactly with big data and machine learning, etc. Please, Rodrigo, come over.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you for giving me this opportunity of talking to all of you and sharing some of the developments, the work we have been doing in the CISPO project, and particularly data infrastructure that we have been constructed in the past few years. And in addition to the discussion of the infrastructure, I also have a tiny mission. That is to change your view on what samptometrics and quantitative science studies are. So I would like to challenge the myth that samptometrics is all about citations, rankings, and so on. So I will do my best to show you a different perspective on samptometrics and on the possibilities of what samptometric approaches can have to understand science, science ecosystems, and science dynamics. Okay. So this is the outline for the presentation today. I will have a reflection about, well, what is changing in the landscape of science policy, and also thinking on what should be our role in this changing landscape. Then we will revise what is essentially samptometric data, or the most classical samptometric data. We say with new eyes, but actually are old eyes. Essentially data that has been there for ages, and this morning we saw wonderful examples of how this data can inform very important questions. But I think it's worth going again through all these data possibilities and think together what are the analytical possibilities that they bring. I will then introduce some of the new data sources, so particularly open data sources that have been appearing in the landscape, so new players in the field. And finally, I will introduce a little bit the work that we have been doing here at CISPO to contribute to this landscape, to this context. So then let's start with the first question. So what is changing in the science policy, science evaluation landscape? Before doing that, I would like to, let's say, bring an image that probably is very familiar to many of you. So what is the classical perspective on samptometrics? So I'm sure that if you ask anyone, I mean, that's not very familiar with the field, we say, oh yeah, samptometrics is about citation indicators, journal impact factor, H indexes, highly cited researches, and particularly the rankings. So all sorts of indicators that are meant to compare, to rank, to find differences. And if they have something in common is that they are context independent, or they are not really related about the context where the research is being done. So then this is somehow our starting point. This is the classical view on samptometrics, but we all know that the times are changing. So there are important initiatives in Europe, but also in the rest of the world. There are, like the propositions about more responsible research and innovation, where we need to have stance more towards the ethics of science, towards gender equality, gender balance in science production, in knowledge creation. We also put more emphasis and more interest in how science is being governed, the whole transparency in how the governance of science. Open science in itself is also an important pillar of these new perspectives that are blooming around science and knowledge creation, and it's even beyond the scientific community. So there are more proposals, more ideas that we need to engage more with society, that we need to co-create science with other societal stakeholders and contribute more to education. And these changes are also starting to take shape. So, for example, changes in Europe regarding how science is going to be evaluated. So everything that has to do with QARA, with more responsible assessment. And basically all of them challenge the old paradigm that using journal impact factors, indicators, fixed indicators, and starting to introduce the idea that, well, scientists are different. We need to be more inclusive. We need to be more diverse. We need to consider other things. And the thing is, this is not only in Europe. So in Latin America, we have the initiative of FOLEC that is also promoting this debate in the region. So then what should be our role here? What should be scientometricians, quantitative science researchers? What should we do in this debate? And I would like to confront that classical perspective with actually an old idea, an idea that has been in the field for some time, but perhaps we didn't pay enough attention in the past. So this is an idea proposed by Tibor Brown already in 1999. And instead of looking at scientometrics as the providers of those indicators of performance, like citations or H-indexes, let's look at scientometrics as a similar process when we go to the doctor, to the medical doctor, to our physician, in which a typical case is that we go with a question, or we go with a request. We want to improve our health. We may have a problem, or we may want to run a marathon. We go to the physician, we go to the medical doctor, we ask questions, then the doctor asks additional questions, and at some point there may be a moment that data is requested, so data from our bodies, like body fluids that will be clinically tested. Well, the proposal of Tibor Brown, who is, by the way, one of the founders of our field, was, okay, with science we can do the same. So we will have questions, we will have problems that we want to address, then there will be a thinking of those problems, and then we may look at data that comes from publications, that comes from researchers, that comes from institutions. And based on that data, there will be some reflection, some discussion, and some feedback into the question. So then the diagnosis is not relying only on the data and the indicators. It's actually a conversation, a feedback loop. So I believe that this is somehow the role that scientometrics should play more in the future. So a source, a tool to provide context, to answer questions, to help to understand the system, rather than providing the final measures of success. I think that has been the old paradigm, and I think we need to challenge that paradigm. Well, okay, so then this is the new proposal, and then let's look at what scientometrics can really offer in this context, in this discussion. And this is why I suggest let's look at scientometrics with new eyes. And to do that, we need to go back to what is our raw material. That is scientometric data, bibliographic records from nearly any database. So Web of Science, Scopus, OpenAlex, Dimensions, you name it. All of them more or less, I mean, some of them have more metadata fields, some others have others, but essentially the philosophy is the same. They provide traces of what happened in the knowledge creation process. I mean, traces about the outputs, traces about the actors that contributed to those outputs and those publications, the interactions, and also the outcomes of those publications. Let's see it with examples. So in any scientometric record, we have information about the contents, the topics, the ideas, the influences that led to that new knowledge, the new publication and new knowledge creation. I mean, we have seen many examples, but I mean, I would like to mention this one from my colleagues, Ismael Raffles and Alfredo Yegros. So they are doing an analysis in which they are studying in India, they're studying the diseases that are being researched. Okay, so they can, by mining the data, mining the keywords of the publications, they can connect publications to specific diseases. Based on that, they can compare the production in India with also the disease burden indicator, so the actual burden of diseases in the country. And what they start to show is very interesting results. For example, diseases like diabetes have a relatively low burden in the country, but have a high level of production. And this can be related to publication dynamics. So which journals are publishing about diabetics, what is the impact factor, what is the value that has in the country, and also what are the rewards associated with the publications in those journals. However, other topics like, I think it's neonatal conditions, that is very high in the country, is very little research. So the level of research in India about this important disease is very low. So this is material for a discussion. So they say, well, maybe funders in India should start to look at this data and rethink, okay, what should be our priorities and which topics are important, at least from a medical point of view, in the country. But as I say, it's just an example. We also have a lot of information about the actors. And let me say, I mean, the actors are not just the authors. The actors are also the institutions, the organizations, the funders that supported that. Even the journals and the publishers are other actors that also interfere in the process of knowledge creation. We can also, when we look at the acknowledgements of publications, we can also identify a lot of other types of contributors, supporters, individuals and organizations that in one way or another also contributed to that knowledge. So what is the type of analytics that we can bring here? Well, I mean, of course, we can do rankings based on the researchers or the institutions, but we can also do more interesting stuff like looking, okay, who is funding the research in a country or in a continent. The case, I'm bringing here the case of Africa. So we could, by analyzing the funders reported in the funding acknowledgements of the publications, we could identify, for example, which countries report more funding. We saw how our northern African countries, the countries with the lower percentage of funding acknowledgement, suggesting that they report less funding in their research, and maybe they also have less funding sources at their disposal. Another important conclusion of this study was the strong presence of international funders in the continent. So Bill and Melinda Gates, NIH, Wellcome Trust, funding a lot of publications in the continent. And if you look, I mean, I had to make some malabarisms with the figures, but you also have other indicators like the collaboration in those papers. And then you can see how internationally funded publications also have higher levels of international collaboration, which may put into question if these funders are really empowering African researchers to do the research that they consider important. Well, another example, I don't have the final solutions, but I'm bringing information that can help in different debates, in those conversations that we were mentioning before. Also in these scientometric records, we have a lot of information about relationships and flows. So whenever you have two authors that appear together in the paper, we can assume some sort of collaboration among them to produce that scientific publication. We also have the relationships between authors and affiliations, and I will show you in a minute how these author affiliations linkages can help to unveil, for example, mobility patterns, how researchers change their affiliations over time. And all sorts of other informal relationships that we can capture through the acknowledgements that are being captured in the databases. So how do we capture mobility? Because I'm having a few questions about mobility, and Cassidy presented a few interesting results. So how does it work? Well, take any researcher. This is a colleague of us, a friend of us. So through his publications, we can see how this researcher over time has been changing institutions. So it was at some point in Spain and in the United States, they moved to the Netherlands and then back in Spain. So we know it because we have the publication years of each of the publications. So when we get all this data at the global level, then we can produce mobility indicators. And an example, because there are many, and Cassidy presented this morning quite a few of those, but an example is, for example, an indicator of the level of insiders, we could call insiders at the institutional level. So how we do this is we look at the number of researchers who are publishing today in a given university, and then we look at their first publication. So where they publishing in their very first publication in the database. And we compare those two institutions. And what we calculate per institution is what is the percentage of researchers who report the same institution in their first publication and in the last publication. We can discuss a lot if this is really inbreeding or if there are a lot of other things. To me, actually, this is more an indication when we look at this map. Basically, what we see is how South America, Southern Europe, also Eastern Europe, and important parts of Asia present that higher percentage of researchers the universities with more insiders. Perhaps this is more an indicator of talent attraction or capacity attraction of universities. So where you have universities that do not manage to attract researchers from other parts of the world, like in the US or Northern Europe, then what happens is that universities have to resort to the local researchers that they have trained themselves.
Again, this is not a study with final answers, but at least it brings input for future conversations, for future discussions. What other factors we have? Well, I mean, thinking a bibliographic record, we have information about the time, we have information about the languages that have been used, we have information about the open access status of the publications, if they are gold, if they are green, if they are hybrid or bronze, or any other type of open access classification. We saw it this morning. I mean, we have also more and more information about the type of contribution that each of the authors in the publications have been performing in the papers. And more we are increasing this data. So we have also information about papers that have associated data, or papers where authors have conflicts of interest. Even retractions could be an interesting topic for research and for policy making. Just to show you an example, I mean, following up on what Cassidy was mentioning, is the idea of measuring and capturing task specialization. So this builds on the same study that Cassidy was mentioning this morning. And essentially what this analysis shows is that indeed researchers do different things, and they do different things depending on their career stages. So, for example, mid and late career researchers, they do less experiments, they do less data analysis, they do more conceptualization, writing, or bringing materials and resources to the project. Well, I mean, we can discuss a lot if this is how it should be, but to me what these results imply is that if we are all doing different things, why we are all evaluated the same, and why we are all evaluated by the same indicators. So this is, to me, a strong argument to say that we should reconsider those questions. Well, and of course, I couldn't skip it. Bibliometric and centrometric records also include information about the impact of those publications, or the outcomes, or how I prefer to see more and more about the interactions that happen around those publications. So citations are interactions that happen within the scientific community, but we have other types of indicators, like everything around metrics, that essentially capture interactions that happen with publications outside academia, on social media, on news media, on policy documents, or simply the web at large, like through backlinks that we can use to study how the web is using scientific publications. I would like to illustrate the case of what happens when you have one indicator that is dominant, like citations, and then you bring another indicator. In this case, I would like to mention Mendeley readership. For those who may not know what readership are, or Mendeley readership are, so Mendeley is one of the largest online reference managers. So essentially, anybody can create a user profile on Mendeley and can upload and manage their own publications, their own literature, the scientific literature. Through those indicators, I mean, a sample is here. So through those online reference, let's say, events, what we can capture, or what Mendeley offers, is the number of users, of different users, who have saved in their libraries one given publication. So we get a new score that essentially captures people who have been interested in a given publication. What we have seen in our research so far is that when we correlate citations and readership, actually the correlation is moderate. It's not perfect, it's not super strong, but it's moderate, which is better than any other correlation with any other almetric indicator. So correlation between tweets and citations is very low. Same thing for news media, even policy documents. I mean, citations in policy documents are not strongly correlated with citations. But Mendeley is an exception. So then there was a moment that we thought, okay, well, since we have two indicators that are very similar and probably also capture similar forms of impact, sort of academic interest, like citations are scientists eventually citing a publication, and readership are typically PhDs, students, or researchers using Mendeley. So what would be the difference? What is the difference then in between these two? So then what we did was say, let's do a ranking. For once, let's use a ranking. And we did, what would happen if we do a ranking by citations and a ranking by readership? And we ask, okay, who would go up in the ranking and who would go down in the ranking? For example, who would be higher in citations and low in readership, and who would be high in readership and low in citations? To our surprise, because given this previous analysis, these previous results on good correlation between citations and readership, we found that actually our universities from Latin America and from sub-Saharan Africa that will be higher in a readership ranking. meaning that, I mean, if we would rank them by both, so they would be in higher positions in that ranking, in the ranking of readership. I must say this is still a work in progress, so hypotheses and suggestions of what can explain this are welcome. I mean, to me, a hypothesis is the Matthew effect. So many publications from these countries are read, but when it comes to the time of citation, people tend to choose the publications from, well, other parts of the world or from other organizations. But more fundamentally, to me, what this is, or what represented to me, is a challenge to the whole concept of citations, in the sense that to be cited, it's not enough that someone reads, I mean, gets interested in your paper and reads the paper. So that someone also needs to be able to publish and transform that interest into a citation. If for any reason you are interesting to users who are not able to publish or interested in publishing, so say researchers who are teaching or scholars who are more interested in teaching, maybe PhDs who do not have yet the capacity of publishing, it might be that that latent interest that we see in readership is never translated into citations. Simply put, I believe that citations is a very elite indicator. So if we want to get citations, we better write for those who have the capacity to publish themselves. And readership, without, I mean, I don't want to claim that readership should be the new indicator, but readership could be seen as a more inclusive indicator because it doesn't have that filter on the user. So the user may be anyone who is interested on a given publication. Once again, this is just food for thought for many other discussions. Okay, so let's move now to the data. So I was mentioning, let's say, a relatively neutral record, but how many databases, what data sources do we have in this landscape? And I would like to say that, I mean, opposed to the traditional view on we have only Web of Science or only Scopus that are the databases that everybody knows, we have many other data sources. I mean, we have data sources like OpenAlex. I will say a little bit more about OpenAlex a bit later. But we have Crossref, we have Open Citations, we have DataCite, which is a database about data production in academia. OpenAir with all sorts of preprints, archives, repositories. ORCID, which I'm going to also discuss a little bit more further on. ORCID is a source of data of all types of activities and outputs produced by researchers. And of course, we also have local databases like Cielo, like Redalyc. And all these are databases that increasingly we are able to explore and exploit cytometrically with machine learning, with quantitative approaches. We also have other databases, other new initiatives like Overton, which I think it's a commercial database. It's not open like all the others that are on the map in the slide. But this is very special because it's a database of policy citations. So what these guys are doing they are indexing policy documents from all over the world and identifying the citation linkages. What is interesting is that they identify the citation linkages to scientific papers, but also between policy documents. So it's not only the idea of looking at the impact of science on policy, but also how policy influences other policy. So it's a quite interesting database. I think some of the colleagues here are also working with it. But okay, in this context of new data sources, what we also need to highlight is the globalness of these databases. And Dimensions, which is another of the commercial databases, one of the new players, and particularly OpenAlex, are essentially comprehensive databases, are global. So they are trying to index as many scholarly outputs as they can. So that means that then the questions of coverage, the questions of limitations in the analysis get a little bit solved. So now we are able to do more global analysis on production. Also, databases like OpenAlex are openly available, meaning that any of us can use that data and can use it for analysis or even commercial developments if we want. So that's a strong advantage. So they are more inclusive, so they don't have necessarily filters by language or by any kind of filter, which also suggests that maybe we need to also be more careful on the curation side. I will say a bit more later. But essentially, to me, what they bring is the promise of bringing diversity, the diversity of science, into the picture. So we can now study broader communities of scientists and broader communities of outputs. So my colleagues in Leiden are starting to do comparisons between the databases. Actually, this is a relatively old study, which they were still studying Microsoft Academic, but the message is essentially the same. So typically, these global databases would almost include the other commercial databases, like Web of Science or Scopus. So let me say a few more words about OpenAlex, because I believe that most of us think is one of the databases with more promise in our field. So it's the successor of Microsoft Academic Graph, which was, let's say, the biggest database until they stopped their activities. So OpenAlex took that over and they continue the project. So they're turning it into a more sophisticated Santometric database. I would say it's fair to claim that it's the largest Santometric database currently existing. I mean, it's a little bit larger than Dimensions. And it has a knowledge graph, so it includes information about nearly everything I mentioned in the first part of my presentation, about the authors, about the affiliations, about the topics. They don't have yet the funding acknowledgements, but I'm sure that will also come with time. So what are the possibilities of this database? Well, I mean, that larger coverage really opens the door to more inclusive Santometrics, so to more diverse Santometrics. We need to be aware also of the limitations. I mean, there are important metadata gaps, so sometimes affiliations are missing, sometimes author affiliation linkages are missing, not all publications have DOIs or the references to capture citations. They are working on that, and well, the good news is that every time, so as the time goes by, it gets better. So it's improving over time. To me, it's also a reminder of what we were discussing this morning. So the importance of curation, the importance that we collect the data, but we also need to invest time in improving and making the data better. Another interesting element I would like to highlight of OpenAlex is that it can connect to other research information systems. So can connect to OpenAir, to the Open Citations, to DataCite, to Semantic Scholar, and also to more local databases like Cielo, Redalyc, Latindex, and so on. So it's a database that can easily be combined with other data sources. Second source I would like to highlight, and I think is not that well known in Santometric communities, and also not in the science policy arena, is ORCID. And I would like to particularly highlight the potential. So probably right now it still is insufficient, but I believe that in the future it may turn into an important player. So as you probably know, ORCID is essentially a persistent identifier for researchers. It's our scientific ID. But at the same time, whenever we create an ORCID profile, we also can provide a lot of additional information on all the types of outputs that we produce. And it does not need to be restricted to publications. It can be anything. It can be data, can be software, it can be other, even media contributions and so on. So all the types of outputs. It's really, I mean, I guess in Brazil, a nice equivalent would be the curriculum lattice, you know, where all researchers provide the outputs that they incorporate. So it has grown a lot over the past few years. I mean, the most recent numbers, you have them in the slide. So annually is about, well, 8 million, almost 9 million people that engage with ORCID, updating some metadata or updating some of the elements. And to me, that really brings this idea of studying all sorts of outputs that scientists are doing. So media, data, software, publications, books, whatever. Limitations to keep in mind. Well, okay, there is a completeness issue. There is even a representativeness issue. So are all researchers in ORCID? Are all researchers using ORCID in the same way? Also, we need to keep in mind that it's self-reported data. So the trust and the confidence of that data provided may be challenged. So a reminder again of the importance of curation whenever we use the data. And so these are limitations that we need to keep in mind. But I would also get you to see what this data really implies. So any ORCID record where the researcher has spent a bit of time providing information can be really a rich source of data. So you get data on the employment, you get data on the affiliations, so the institution, the country, the type of role that individual has played in that organization. So if it has been a PhD, if it has been a postdoc, and even when they are not academic organizations and people report them in ORCID, you know if they have been, or what has been the role they have played in, for example, a company. And we also get information on the period of activity. So how many years have been being a postdoc, or how many years have been doing their PhD. And also it has the interest distinction between my affiliations in an educational setting, so where I have done my master's, my bachelor, and my employment, so where I have been a researcher, a paid researcher. This type of information is not available in Santometric data. So in Santometric data, you have the publication and you have the affiliation, author affiliation linkage, but you don't get all this information if you have been a postdoc or a PhD at the time of the publication. So, and then what can we do with this type of data? Well, we bother ourselves at CWTS and try to clean a little bit the case of Europe. For example, we extracted all researchers reporting a PhD role in their profiles. And we look at the time that they reported, so the start at the end of the PhD. And then we ask a relatively simple question: which countries have longer PhD, on average, PhD periods, periods of academic periods? We could see how it's actually in Eastern Europe, particularly Eastern Europe and Finland, where we find the largest PhD periods. Spain and Portugal also have relatively long PhDs. And Italy, France, Germany, well, they have relatively shorter. And I was discussing with Andrea about how valid it is. And I said, well, it makes sense because there are more strict regulations on Italy on the years you have to do your PhD. But to me, I mean, again, the important thing is to provide input to other policy discussions. So we can look at who are these people, why are they reporting these longer periods, and try to understand also, maybe via surveys, maybe via interviews, why is this the case? What happened here? We can also use it for more, let's say, practical reasons. For example, in our evaluation at CWTS, we wanted to show not only that we publish articles, but also that we publish a lot of other things. So we made an internal call to everyone to report in their ORCIDs anything else, I mean, aside articles that they have produced. And it was nice to see how we actually produce other things that are not just papers or journal articles. So we produce quite some blogs, lectures and speeches like this one, preprints, reports, and other types of outputs that we wouldn't be able to identify, that we wouldn't be able to capture through the other databases. Would have been more complicated, particularly the media type of appearances. But perhaps the most interesting thing to me, the thing I find more exciting and more curious about it, is to identify communities that wouldn't be visible in other data sources. So we took the public file of ORCID, so the same data set that we use for the European analysis, and then we simply identify anybody reporting an affiliation and a country. And they should also report at least one publication. And then we identify researchers from all over the world, and then we ask how many of these researchers are also in Web of Science. Do have in Web of Science at least one publication, meaning that if you are in ORCID and you are not in Web of Science, you are basically overlooked by Web of Science. Well, this graph is presenting the percentage of those researchers who are in ORCID but do not have an entry in Web of Science. So lighter color here are those countries that have a higher proportion of these researchers. Researchers that have some activity, that are on ORCID, but are not, again, in any way, but they haven't published one single paper in the Web of Science. Well, talking about who perhaps is being invisible in the science system. It would be interesting to understand better who are these researchers. I think it's remarkable the case of South America, Africa, and particularly some parts of Asia. Well, and so far I have been discussing what we can see or what we are still able to see. I would like also to make the point about the many other things, particularly activities, particularly other outputs that are not that visible. And these are usually activities that do not end up in outputs, like an article or a data set or even a blog post. This has to do with education. I'm still surprised how our CRIS systems still do not have proper tools to report our educational activities. Supervision is also an important missing one, so that in ORCID we cannot report how many PhDs we have supervised, or how many master students we have supervised. Also other types of exchanges, other type of interactions among researchers and with other institutions are typically not captured in these platforms. Everything that has to do with co-creation, so citizen science, so events where you essentially go and try to resolve problems may not end up being reported in these systems. Management, so the time we spend in managing is also typically not reported easily in these platforms, or even art contributions that we have done. And this is an open question to everyone. I mean, can we do better with all this? Can we do better with our CRIS systems? Can we do better with ORCID, with our repositories, with OpenAir, with all these other tools that are available? And I would make a call that we really need to think this a little bit more carefully. So let's move now to what we have been doing in CISPO, what has been our contribution in this landscape. And I would like to highlight two main directions. On the one hand, we took the idea of trying to make open data sources more accessible. And I will explain in a minute why this is important. And the second mission has been trying to turn local data sources into what we could call first-class scientometric databases, so databases that can be used for scientometric research and scientometric analysis. So our vision has been somehow trying to make these open global data sources more accessible and closer to what would be their more natural users. So researchers inside the CISPO project, but also researchers from any part of the world. We would say also, why not policymakers, librarians, and so on. So we started from that possibility that I illustrated in the previous slides. I mean, there's a remarkable amount of scientometric data out there. So OpenAlex is one of them, but there's also Crossref, ORCID, Crossref Open Data, OpenAir. I mean, there are really, really a lot. The first challenge that we had to confront was a computational challenge. I mean, OpenAlex is available to all of us. You can go to the website of OpenAlex and download the dump. It's probably over 1 terabyte right now. So it means that many of us we won't be able to download it in our laptop. That's the first limitation. The second limitation is that those users who are more interested in the data do not typically have the computing capacity, I mean the computing skills to work with the data. So there is an important gap in there. So our research on scientometrics may have some, but maybe someone more interested in science policy may not have that computational skills or the computational tools to work with that. So we also took that very much into account and tried to also provide solutions to this. So then the first solution was, well, let's create a platform, well, we're thinking several, but at least one platform that could provide more accessible interfaces. We'll show it in a minute, everything related with what we did with Google BigQuery, and also creating knowledge graphs. So essentially the maps of those databases so anybody can understand what is included in each of the databases. And the second solution is teach people, show them how to use them, how to engage with the data, how to learn to work with it. So then in this research trajectory, in the fourth research trajectory of the CISPO project, which is about big data, we focus particularly on open data sources, although not only on open data sources. There are a few data sources that are closed, but the majority of the data sources are open. So we have worked with OpenAlex, we have worked with Cielo, we have also tried to do some work with ORCID, Crossref Open Data. We have the whole Wikipedia knowledge graph, so essentially the whole English now Wikipedia is now in the system, which for example has been used to identify technologies presented in Wikipedia and how they can be connected to other databases. There is data on patents, and we also have some data on academic press releases, like a database like Eureka Alert. And the second approach is to make it cloud. I mean, in a cloud computing infrastructure. So the idea is not to have it just in a server that then it becomes complicated for the users to get there. So have it in an interface that anybody can simply request access, we provide the access, and then you start to work with the data immediately. And really, this is something that we could do even now, so right now. So then that's why we opted for the Google BigQuery solution. I'll show it later, and it's not necessarily my favorite solution. It's also important to say that all the data that we have in the system is backup locally at the Senapad, so in this infrastructure at Unicampi. So meaning that, well, if one day Google BigQuery becomes not nice or whatever issue that could arise, we still have the data locally. So it's somehow in Brazil. Right now we have a storage of probably 2.2 terabytes, probably higher than that. We have been given access to collaborators, to colleagues, I mean, to the CISPO researchers who requested it. I think numbers probably are higher now, but over 95 people in total, 10 to probably more researchers who use it more frequently on a more daily basis, 60 who are perhaps more permanently using the data. And a typical question is, well, how much does this cost? How much all this system has cost? Well, I mean, estimation of 1 year is about 20,000 reais, which the chance is something like 5,000 euros a year. I mean, it's money, and this is why I don't like the Google BigQuery solution in itself, because still it's costly. But compared to other infrastructures, compared to other approaches, well, it's not the most expensive one. Interesting thing is that a lot of this cost is also not only on the data, it's also working with the data. It's the queries, but also the creation of virtual machines that we use for clustering analysis, for machine learning, for cleaning of the data, and well, other type of activities that have been necessary for the project. Another interesting feature is that whenever we have a data set in Google BigQuery, we have the option of making it public. So meaning that if anybody else is working in the Google BigQuery environment, can request that data set and use it. So it's available to anybody with a Google BigQuery account, and they would only pay their own queries, their own engagement with the data. To me, this is quite a game changer, because in the past, I mean, Vincent will have his database, we have the databases at CWTS, we have a lot of problems to exchange data, to be able to work with similar standards. This is changing this completely. And just to show you how it looks like in real life, I mean, so on the left you have some of our databases, or some of the data sets. I've put in the red square those that are public, so it means that these are all data sets that you can use if you use Google BigQuery. I hope I didn't embarrass myself with the query I wrote on the right. I wrote it myself this time. It's just it's to illustrate how a simple query can be written to, for example, collect all the publications from Brazil. Okay, it's joining some tables. I mean, we can discuss that, of course, SQL is still programming, still some sort of advanced language, but compared to others, I would think is more accessible to more users. Because that's the thing, I mean, we can also make it more complicated. So Alison typically runs notebooks in Python, so he accesses the data, collects the data, does the analysis, has the results, all in one simple, or one unique notebook. And this is, to me, the revolution. So this notebook now can be shared with any of you, and you can run it if you have, of course, the access to the data and the permissions and everything, but you can run it and get exactly the same results. And then identify if there are issues, if there are gaps, if you would like to do it differently. So this is a total change for better replicability, more transparency in our own research. And well, the second, I mean, as I was mentioning, the second type of activity that we have been doing is training. We have been doing training a lot. So we thought if we build all this, but we don't educate people to use it, we won't make any big difference. So then we have been doing training. I mean, this was during the pandemic, so we had some online trainings within CISPO researchers and collaborators of the CISPO project. And then we also had other specific, I mean, like, for example, we gave it a training for the whole Unicamp. We gave a training for colleagues in Chile. We gave one training in South Africa with the colleagues at CREST. And there will be, this is an announcement, so Alison will be also providing some specific trainings in a platform from the University of Granada that basically records trainings and makes them openly accessible. So ideally, many more people then will be able to also learn from these trainings. And now I would like to zoom in a little bit in the specific work we have done for Cielo. So as a Santometrician, and I've been already around for quite some time, I always heard about Cielo, the Cielo data, the Cielo publications. And I've always been myself curious about it. I mean, it's a model of open access publication. It's a model for local publications across countries, in Brazil, but also in other countries in Latin America. Essentially, the issue is that you would confront Cielo like this. So there is an online, a website where you can go there and query and extract information about publications from the database. But there is no simple access to, simple point to access the data in bulk. So Ronaldo has been doing quite some work on this reason. I was explaining me once that, well, to typically collect the data, you have to talk to them, you have to discuss with some people and get smaller data sets. I said, well, why we cannot have this database like we have OpenAlex or like we have Web of Science in a large-scale system, in a large-scale infrastructure. So this is what we have done. So essentially, we took the time to extract the data from Cielo, from XML, turn it into JSON format, and develop the knowledge graph, essentially separating the authors, separating the affiliations, separating the references, all the important metadata elements that we are interested in the publications. So this is right now in the making. So we're making all this into public data sets in Google BigQuery. And the idea is also that this will be connectable, federatable with other data systems. So our hope is that through Cielo, we'll be able to connect to OpenAlex, and we'll be able to use the citations from OpenAlex. We then can study how many publications from Cielo are being mentioned in policy documents, like in Overton, or everything that has to do with Almetrics or event data. So to me, this is a blueprint for this idea of federation of sources that, in a way, we are all considering. And we are already starting to look into that data. And well, we started from the simple things. For example, how many publications in Cielo have DOIs? Well, for the case of Brazil, on top is quite high. It's almost 100%. So all publications in Brazil, in Cielo Brazil have a DOI. But we cannot say the same for Cuba. We cannot say the same for Bolivia, for Venezuela. So all those publications do not have DOIs, what means that they are more difficult to track in their citations, in their policy mentions, in their Almetric social media discussions. So they have this limitation. So something, again, to keep in mind. The two graphs on the right is a comparison of coverage for those who have the DOI. It's a comparison of coverage that we did in Scopus, Dimensions, and Web of Science. Essentially, what we are seeing is that when it comes to the global databases, like OpenAlex and Dimensions, nearly 100% of all the DOIs from Cielo are there, which suggests that then Cielo can benefit from the developments from those databases. When it comes to databases like Web of Science or Scopus, we see a much lower coverage. And for once, we can give a definite number of the coverage of Cielo in those databases. So for Scopus, you can see it is just below 80%. I mean, in many years is way below 80%. And for Web of Science is even below 50%. I mean, many times even below 40%. So again, this gives us a message of how many things we are leaving out when we work with these more selective databases. Okay, final set of slides. A little bit the road ahead that connects to the panel that we had earlier this morning. So I think this is many times the perspective that we have when it comes to indicators, to Santometrics. So on the one hand, we have organizations, you have institutions, you have countries, and then we look at the publications produced by those. And then from another side, you have the individuals, the teams, essentially the people who contributed to that. And we tend to see them as separate entities. And then is when we have all these debates. I mean, can we do Santometrics for individuals? Can we do Santometrics for small units? I think that's somehow the fact that we are having that debate is because we are not looking at this picture from the right perspective. So to me, this is the right perspective. And it connects to the idea that we were discussing with Vincent this morning. I mean, institutions are composed, or organizations are composed by individuals, and are the individuals the ones who produce the research. So then, unless we connect these dots properly, we may miss the point. We may start to look at and make assessments about the institutions without considering that there are people that are working in teams or working separately or whatever in different, in their organizations. And there is more. And here is where I bring this idea of making visible the invisible. There is way more. There is a context, there is countries, there is organizations, there is industry, there is education, there is social media, there is policy, there is all this. And somehow our challenge, or the challenge I take for myself for the next few years, is how can we use all the data and all the data sources we have available to actually inform this, what Nick likes to say, is this scientific ecosystem, how we inform all these parts and all these components. And this is all. Thank you very much. Anyone has a question or?
Thank you. So, thank you, Rodrigo, for this excellent "Let's Make Visible Invisible" things. Please, Juan.
Carlos Vilches Roman, thank you for your presentation, Rodrigo. If we are interested in local regional relevance or relevance for countries of the Global South, do you consider Open Alex will provide more relevant results than Web of Science or Scopus?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I mean, let me elaborate on the question. Yes, it has better coverage of the local production. So since they don't have any selection criteria, so language is not a problem, the type of publication of journal is not a problem. So indeed it has, and we have seen it with Cielo, so they have a better coverage of Cielo publications. So yes.
Can you repeat for me why they have so much lower coverage?
Cielo and Web of Science, sorry, Scopus and Web of Science?
Yes.
Well, they are commercial databases that are more selective.
In what sense they are selected?
For example, Web of Science claims to select journals based on their quality, their impact, and some other criteria. Particularly, yeah.
Yes. They select on citation. We just need to be precise on what they select. Okay, quality and impact are concepts that we can decide in many ways. Is it the social relevance? Is it how it can help transfer findings to patients or some stuff like that? The Web of Science does not use that at all as their indicator for inclusion. It is exclusively based on citations received. And citations received in other journals indexed in the Web of Science. So a journal that would be heavily cited by Cielo journals would not be indexed in the Web of Science because Cielo journals are not indexed in the Web of Science. So it kind of reinforces the role of these journals from the North, and by extension devaluates the journal from the South. So I got kind of slightly angry.
No, that's, I said they claim, not that they select. They claim based on quality, but indeed it's mostly based on citations. Scopus has perhaps a slightly different approach. They are to be more inclusive, but essentially it's the same thing. They also have some limitations in the data processing they are having.
Okay, Carlos Vilches has a follow-up question. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Please let me have a second question. Excepting for Brazil, Ecuador, Chile, and Paraguay, those coverage in Cielo Latin America is 50% in average. So how can we deal with the remaining 50% if we want to explore the allometric activity of Latin American collections indexed in Cielo?
So basically everything that doesn't have a DOI, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's a difficult one. For the allometric activity, it's more complicated because then you need to find other identifiers of the papers. Could be URLs, could be other things, but in essence, I mean, he's pointing to one of the weakness of all this. That I mean, it was mentioned this morning, the importance of permanent identifiers for publications. So DOI is one of those. I think in Cielo there should be this reflection about trying to increase that number. I think we all should try to make it, but of course it's not easy because DOIs cost money. So there are also economic questions there. I mean, the real answer to Carlos is there will be a lot of curation. Whenever you don't have these identifiers, you need to dig a lot into the data. So you may need to go to Twitter or to blogs and then try to find links to the paper using other approaches. So it just makes it more complicated, more difficult.
I just want to slightly complement and raise one issue related to altmetrics, which has not been discussed, but it's how dependent we are on the platforms like Twitter and Facebook for being able to compile our indicators. When you talk about citations, the fact that citation exists is independent from the Web of Science or Scopus or Elsevier. It's an act that we've been doing as academics. The act of tweeting can only exist because of the existence of this commercial platform. And we're dependent on what they allow us to measure and retrieve from them in order to compile our indicators. So what's happening right now with Twitter, which is, let's say, not going better, kind of going worse, has consequences on what we can say on scientific activities that are happening on these social media platforms. This is relatively new in the ecosystem of research indicators. We start by doing surveys of R&D, then we have biometric data. Those things can be done independently. We can do that as researchers individually or as groups, but when it comes to altmetrics, we are a bit stuck.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, that's one of the challenges that we have. I mean, I don't even think in altmetrics anymore. I think in how we capture interactions that happen outside academia. I think Overton, for example, you could say as a policy citation is also an event that exists in itself. Simply a policymaker writes a document and makes a citation. But unless you have someone like Overton or Altmetric to index those citations, you don't have them. You cannot measure them, and they are commercial. So then at some point probably we'll also need to start thinking how do we create more open platforms, open data sources to capture all those interactions, because they are also important. So to me they also bring another perspective on the picture that says, well, what happens to the science event outside the typical scholarly circles. Okay, so you're asking. Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos, for your questions as well.
Okay, we'll start now our second panel. For that, I would like to ask Nick again to be our moderator, so you can join the table, Nick. I would also want to invite Rodrigo to join the table for the panel. Professor Cassidy Sugimoto, Professor Vincent Lariviere, and Professor Sergio Sales, and Professor Euclides de Mesquita Neto. He's a full professor at the Department of Computational Mechanics at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at Unicamp. And since 2022, he represents FAPESP as Executive Secretary of the Global Research Council.
right, there is a seat for me. So we will continue this discussion that we just started here because I think Rodrigo was presenting very useful information here, and I want to thank him that he has done, together with Alison, tremendous work. I don't know if you followed really what kind of data he has developed in the context of this project. And in addition to collecting data, it's the openness of the data that is very useful. It is the fact that all the universities can use this, anyone can use this, and many people have been trained already and will be trained as a service to the state and to the taxpayer. So I want to actually, because we have on this table some of the top experts in the world on data and this type of data, I would like to continue this discussion as we had started right now. So I would go around the table, starting with Cassidy, with short statements to begin with, and then free discussion. Yeah? Thank you.
Sure. Well, maybe I'll just start up where you left out on the last panel around standardization, because I think that that's important, and it's come up in this DOI question that was just raised, right? What do we do with the 50% of the publications that don't have DOIs? So if we're going to anchor on something like a DOI, we have to make sure that there is equitable distribution of DOIs across publications, which we know is not the case by country. And several countries with higher capacity are starting to make their own registration systems. So China is registering its own DOIs, which pulling it out of many of the other systems that utilize that, like Crossref. So as we work towards this collective infrastructure, we have to think, is DOI the right anchor? Is that the right metadata point to unify across and to use as our linking agent? Or are there other types of metadata that are more stable and standardized and equitable that we can and should use? So I think it's really a question about standards in all of these things. We can switch from, Web of Science and Scopus, which have worse coverage, to Dimensions and OpenAlex, but there are still inequities in that space as well. So we have to keep moving and working to try to figure out, if we're going to build this collective, how do we build it from the bottom up to be one where the standards are equitable?
I want to talk a bit about the ownership of such a system. So what I really like about what Rodrigo proposed is actually something that is kind of independent from any organization. So you're relying on public sources, and you're creating that, and you're giving it back to the community. And I think it's really important that the scientific community regains control over its research evaluation system, because systems like what Rodrigo has presented can be purchased from some for-profit publishers like Elsevier that have developed stuff that is actually analogous to that infrastructure, of course with the biases and coverage that we just alluded to. But just like the scientific community needs to get back control over its scholarly journals and stop paying billions of dollars, we also need to control the way we are evaluated. But with that control and that openness comes some responsibility for us to collectively first agree on what's important, what should be part of this infrastructure, and do our data curation so that it again belongs to us rather than to a corporation.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon again. I was just wondering the extent to which we should treat these subjects we are now discussing in terms of research ecosystems, of the somehow integrating different vectors that are influencing the future of the availability of data, the opennesses of the system, etc. For instance, to the extent to which these movements like Coara, DORA, Leiden Manifest, etc., even the GRC, the movements related to the Global Research Council, are somehow influencing how, actually the question is how these movements can influence or will influence even without having a crystal ball. We should speculate how these movements should be treated or should be studied in terms of the influence in changing the availability, the opennesses of the access to publications, access to data, access to peer review, etc., etc. And because one question that comes to me is, okay, we have all this situation. I just opened a parenthesis to say that 1 month, 2 months ago, we were in a meeting at FAPESP with the CEO of Scopus. It was an interesting meeting, and I asked him about the Open Alex. How are you doing? How are you dealing with this trend of opening data, and specifically about the Open Alex? And he said, "Oh, Open Alex is an excellent initiative. We are totally for this initiative, and we work for this initiative." So I believe they are working to somehow to appropriate from this situation. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how they can do this. But we are talking about big business, very big business. No, the three bigs and more. Maybe there are a few bigs over there. And the possibility and the power they have these days, even if we consider these transformative agreements, changing from institutional agreements to APCs, etc., they mobilize billions of dollars around the world. So how we can face this specific challenge?
So, good afternoon. 2 remarks. First, I am not an expert on data, as most of the people here. FAPESP has been running since the last year the executive secretariat of the GRC, and I have learned a lot from what I heard today, and perhaps I can make a small contribution on what we are interested at the GRC. So that you know, 1 minute, the GRC is an association of the heads of research councils, publicly funded research council worldwide. We started on a seminar on merit review organized by the National Science Foundation in 2012, so we are 11 years now. Missions and objectives are really to create, to actually facilitate collaboration through the statement, by establishing statements and principles that are endorsed by the whole community. You have to see that the public funder research ecosystem is quite diverse today. We have from Panama, Guatemala, to the US and CERC and so on. So we've been trying to bring this together, bridge the difference and gaps. That's been one of the main aspects. And we work basically on creating statement on principles, as I mentioned, to create a common ground and share common values that allow later for collaboration on this common base. So this is the background. One of the statement of principles we developed very early was on gender equality, on the gender issue. So I'd like to start addressing this morning conversation of Cassidy when she addressed the gender issue. We had seminars we established a working group, has been done some progress. We had a good contact with Londa Schibinger, you probably know her very well. And we did some work in assessing the gender practices or differences in the 5 regions. The GRC is divided: MENA, Sub-Saharan Africa, Americas, Asia Pacific, and Europe. And I think we did, we are a small pool. We are talking about big data, but the core agencies that are present in the GRC are between 60 and 70. They are regularly there. They're all the big agencies from National Science Foundations, National Science Foundation China, UKRI, DFK, you actually name it, and some 40 more which have a more regional presence. So we're a relatively small pool, but we did some interesting work on assessing how is the gender issue among the distinct regions, and from Asia Pacific, there's there is Saudi Arabia, and so on. So we have a relative good picture of this. Small data, as I mentioned. but the data from the funders agencies. No? This is something that's relatively important. There are not too many more outside the pool we are fishing here, so to speak. But then later on, we moved this gender working group to an EDI working group, which is a natural step. So the data that Cassidy presented this morning is very, very helpful for us at the gender working group, at the gender working group from the GRC, to help developing policies to implement. Because our issue is we know the picture, you know the picture, the idea is how to implement throughout. We use the statement principles, which are endorsed by many reasons, but we still have to somehow not enforce, but suggest or help with the implementation. But the question for me is, we have a lot of information and consolidated data on gender working group on gender that allow us to perhaps frame or develop some policies in the distinct agencies. But now we're moving to EDI. I heard part of the solution this afternoon, but I still have this question. Are we ready to move on for the EDI, in which equality, diversity, and inclusion will we have database that will support actions in this direction? This would be my first question to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Rodrigo, do you?
Well, I'm not going to reply to you directly, because I think that's a much bigger question.
The microphone.
No, I just want to bring a few more elements to the discussion. I want to go deeper, at least in this idea of the permanent identifiers in standards, and also the ownership of all this data. I mean, there is a tension here that I find very interesting. Of course, as scientometricians, DOIs are wonderful. They help us to do our work, identify publications, curate, duplicate the data. But they also come with a limitation that they come with a standard, with an understanding of what is that, which means that everything that doesn't fit in that standard may not be seen as important. While we could say, well, what we do with all our contributions in blog posts, in media, and other type of policy briefs, I mean, other types of outputs that do not necessarily end up having a DOI. So this balance is something that we need to keep in mind. So we need to have indeed the standards, but we also need to have some flexibility to allow people, to allow researchers to contribute in many different ways that may not be the classical ways. And then there is the question raised by Vincent on the ownership. I mean, OpenAlex is developed by our research, which is a non-for-profit, and so far everything is good, but it could be this moment that indeed a big company would purchase them, would do something with them, or they simply could also change their own policy. So then we also need to think in how we can go towards infrastructures that somehow are community-owned. I like ORCID because it has that component. I think that here in Brazil we have also curriculum lattice and other type of infrastructure that also kind of come from this philosophy. The advantage of something like ORCID or curriculum lattice is that it's up to us. So if tomorrow the rectors of Brazilian universities would say, we need that everybody reports all the type of outputs that are not just publications, we would end up with a huge database of the real activities of Brazilian researchers that is not in any other database. And it would come from the community. It would come from the Brazilian researchers. Same thing with ORCID. So that's to me also an important element to keep in this discussion.
Okay, very good. So,
I would just
open.
Okay, so then I'm following Rodrigo, if you don't mind. So there's one thing that I think is also another element about the openness of OpenAlex. My biggest concern, and it's not really a concern, but it's something we need to be aware of. The fact that we have an open infrastructure like OpenAlex means that others can use it, and among them Elsevier, which may be why they say, yeah, this is really positive because they're doing the work for us. What we'll be able to do is just to include it in the product that we sell, because indeed, if it's open, then the license allows for anything like that. So what we need to do as a community is to be better than what they're building. We need to build tools and analytics that are actually even better than what people are willing to pay for to, again, keep the control. And in a way, we also have a responsibility, if we are to use OpenAlex as a data source, to make sure that it's not on the shoulder of only one person, as it is right now, that we collectively chip in and that we are able to support this collective solution.
May I?
Absolutely. It's open mic.
It's an open mic, okay. No, I was just the same subject, Vincent, as now remembering what that guy said about the OpenAlex. No? It was a kind of irony in his gesture, more or less saying the following. Does this OpenAlex or this community, will have enough money, to build up, not only to have better and better infrastructure for data, but also better and better tools to analyze data and to offer services for the clients? Right. And I don't know the answer. The answer is maybe, but from where it's coming, the budget to do this? I believe that thinking in parallel with the open source for software, for instance, we can have this open community developing curation, making platforms, making tools, etc. But would it be enough to compete with these big companies?
I think I would answer to this the same thing that we've been answering to the open access question. The money is in the system. The reason that Elsevier is able to do these things and sell things like SciVal is because universities pay them to do it, right? The money is actually coming from universities. Universities could also turn that money into funding doctoral students and postdoctoral students who could create amazing analytic capabilities, also providing training for them. So you get the dual use of being able to both train a new scientific workforce and creating analytic capabilities useful for the institutions. The problem, of course, is a decentralized versus centralized model, which often will fail on its own weight, right? So there has to be ways to make efficient a decentralized system, and I think that's the nut that we haven't cracked yet, is really trying to do that, because each institution trying to do this individually will fail. So we need that synergistic, those connective tissues that make a decentralized system work.
And each national agency, no national agency will move on its own, right? There is a coalition.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. And the problem lies precisely on this, how we will react to this. So what are the conditions for establishing a new governance? We're talking about a new governance in science. Here in Brazil, we have one principle, taking the principal agency theory. There is one principle, it's CAPES. CAPES is the federal institution that controls all the graduate programs in the country, 4,000 graduate programs in Brazil, and they define what are the indicators that you have to reach, that you have to look at in your universities, in your programs, in your research groups, etc. So at the same time that this is a problem, because CAPES follows, it's run by our colleagues. Our colleagues are there, scientists. And the scientists are there and say, we have to publish more, we have to be more cited, we have to publish in the best journals, etc., etc. And this put us in a circle. We are in a kind of circle saying that we have to go out of the circle, but we can't do this. This is something, there is a governance problem here. What we have to do, have we to finish or end this role of CAPES and adopt, for instance, inside the universities and research centers, other indicators or other standards of quality? What we have to do? And it's not easy to change this strong governance that we have in science here. At least here, it's not only in Brazil, of course, it's worldwide. Yes.
I certainly wouldn't pretend to be able to answer that question right now, or else I would be a very brilliant person. But I do think that your earlier comments about funding systems are really strong. I think funding systems have a lot of power to change the ecosystem and to create incentives, both good and bad, for it. So we talked about South Africa a bit in Rodrigo's affiliation and what he's done there. And we have beautiful data from South Africa on researchers, all their identity information and their publications. Why? Because it's tied to their incentive structure. You simply cannot get resources unless you report that. So by mandating a reporting requirement with money, you get the data that you need to make it useful. Now, do I think incentive structures for publications are good? No, but I think it's an example of the kind of power that these can exert. So I'm actually excited. You say 60 to 7 funding agencies is small data, but that's big power. That is a huge amount of the total funding that's given worldwide. If that council decided to unilaterally say, we're going to take 2% of our research funding and invest in a collective infrastructure, that would be world changing. That could be the seed for a new governance system. So I do think that funding agencies can use their power for good and not evil in this case. And I think that there are opportunities there.
Can I comment on that? But you know, I think last time we made an estimate, we're running $2 billion a year under the GRC participating agencies. And, but it's not free money. Right. And the GRC currently has no power on the agencies. So actually there's no prescribing power. Everything is voluntary. And for instance, if you take AI and the discussion on AI, some want regulations, Europeans want regulations, the US shy away from regulations.
We have a Bill of Rights.
So this is, I understand that there is a large potential there, but this is the challenge, to see if we can channelize it somehow. But on the other hand, what I would like to make as the second question I had is the invisible, because now we just had another statement of principles discussed this year in May in the Hague annual meeting, which was reward and recognition for researchers, so the assessment of researchers, and the issue of a broader number of aspects to be considered rather than the traditional publications items. And then I connect very much with the invisible that was mentioned there. For the funding agencies, it's a crucial step forward, I think, to leave from the, and this is a very good connection with what you're working here. And from this, we could probably profit a lot in the GRC when we are working towards assessing better assessment of researchers and even research projects. So this is, I like very much this possibility of complementarity here. But you still have to show me how does it work.
Okay, well, we have a lot of analysis of this type of things. But then the question to you, please, is, would it be then that the problem is that we don't reward what we don't see? So then we need to make it visible to be able to be rewarded. Because this is also quite a debate in the Netherlands. So there's the whole reward and recognition movement, but many times is, can we reward those things that we know they're happening, but we cannot capture in any way?
That's what I was expecting you to tell me, what tools are already available, or how we will develop the tools that will be able to do this. Because there is a growing consensus. It's not everybody. It's not a consensus, but there's a growing consensus that evaluation assessment must be taken on broader grounds, including the invisible, mentorship, creating labs, and so on, which do not appear on the traditional databases. So, but this is the issue. There is endorsement. Most of the funding agencies endorse this policy of wider assessment, but there are no tools to implement it, or we really don't know how to do it.
If I may quickly say something on this. I
mean, we can do a lot of things. I mean, I show here ORCID. I mean, here is curriculum latte. We can, data-wise, we can do a lot. We can extract a lot of information. We can show many things of these invisible questions. But perhaps what we, I mean, as symptometricians, we don't have all the solutions. But there will be something on the incentives that is actually making the incentives easier. That to me is a very simple one as a researcher. That funders would only ask me to report my ORCID and not 3,000 types of CVs. And then ask me, you just keep updated your ORCID, you just report everything you find important in there, and we'll do the process. So that would be a simple incentive that would encourage the researchers to make visible all the things they're doing. And then it's also from the community, the feedback to those infrastructures, I mean, Crossref, ORCID, you name it. Then say, well, look, we are also doing software. We want to be able to report it properly. We want to be able to report our data sets much better. We want to be able to, our media contributions to report them much better. And that can create a nice feedback loop in which the infrastructures get improved or are improved to capture all those activities that now are harder to get. To me, the challenge is really how do we break from the classical? So from impact factors, citations, and so on.
And I'll say, I think that there are some really interesting initiatives, and I'm sure you've heard of many of these in the Global Research Council. So the Swiss National Science Foundation has been leading a standard CV format. And I think a lot of what we see in what counts and what has value is the way we put it into our reporting requirements. So when we say you can only list 5 publications, then we're saying we care about quality over quantity. When we have a section for software, we're saying we care about that. If you have a section for data that you have published, we're saying we care about that. So as soon as there are sections on CVs that people need to fill, they will respond to that. And so I think the standard CV across funding agencies is a really interesting way to do that and to sort of force that. And seeing the trickle down then of how that's adopted by universities in promotion and tenure, how the ref has moved to a narrative format. I think each of these different ways, when we ask people to report in different ways, they behave in different ways. And so I think that those are tiny, really small things, but they have big changes for the scientific ecosystem.
I just want to echo that and also react slightly to the kind of slope that I feel we've been taking here, where I feel we're talking about individual level evaluations with data, and I'm a bit uneasy with that, because as I said earlier, I think bibliometric data is much more useful at scale, and what is seen as the new way of evaluating actually is the old way, which is peer review, which is what has been done historically to evaluate individuals. And there's actually many places in the world that don't use data to evaluate people, and that may sound absurd, but at my institution, for instance, there is no data on anyone. They don't have, and they don't know how many papers I've written, they don't know how many papers my colleagues have written, and all of the evaluations are done through peer review in a very classical way. And in that context, indeed, there's an array of things that are included in the various evaluation. And so I want to link that with something like ORCID. At my institution, the adoption of ORCID is close to 5%. And I'm being generous. So that's very low. Why? Because my colleagues see ORCID as a way of controlling them, as a way to evaluate them. So there's a fear there. So we need to be careful how we advocate for that. Because very quickly we say, these two, and then we'll be able to evaluate. Oh, that's what you want to do with that? I'm out. So of course, some institution can force people to do it, and it depends on what is the collective bargain agreement and the way things are structured in that place. But I think collectively we need to be careful in how we advocate for that global infrastructure, because we can actually first do more harm than good, because we now understand the adverse effects of individual level evaluation, as well as actually frighten scientists in contributing to this global infrastructure, which can actually be very useful at a macro level.
So quickly on that, I mean, I wasn't claiming particularly now evaluation at the individual level. I mean, actually the graph I presented was for CWTS, a way of showing the diversity of outputs that we were doing. I guess that, I mean, to me this is indeed a way of incentivizing researchers to feel that what they report there is also helpful for them. So reducing their administration when they apply for funding would be a very nice one, so that you forget about that, everything is reported in there, and we don't have this diversity of reporting of CVs, but it's also the opportunity for them to show to society what else they are doing. Because the publication part is the easy one, but it's everything else that may be missing. So to me, it's more a tool to empower researchers rather than to impose on them. And of course, this is all a question of sending a message. So maybe we need to go to Montreal after all and tell your colleagues that this is the way for them to report other things that they find important. They are not in the traditional databases. So indeed, we need to think in a good strategy on how to convey these questions.
So you probably are very aware of this, and this is a rookie's question, but if you start building this large set of data, there's a chance that you build and get trapped to the bias that are in there. So there's a tension between having the information and locking the bias within the system and perpetuating it. This is, I am quite, I have no really given too much thought to it. Only it's clear to me that this is a possibility is there.
Would you say it's better than what we have now?
I'm not the data.
Well, maybe because, right, so the problem is that we are also using data now, and that data comes with a lot of biases that we know. So then,
can you guarantee that the new data sets will be less biased than today? Shouldn't this be an issue?
Okay. I mean, I guess it's very hard to answer that one, but at least I hope there are different biases.
Well, I think that it's about being vigilant too. So absolutely, any data set we make today will have some sort of biases set in. Same as what Vincent talked about with the Web of Science. If you set up a selection mechanism based on the things you have previously included, we keep doing that. If we use machine learning, we learn on our past data, and so we predict our future based on the past, which is not a very rational thing to do necessarily. So there are many different ways in which we bake this in. I would say even on socio-demographic things, if we think, oh, we really care about DEI right now, so we're going to put all these variables in, and we are codifying census-level categories on race and ethnicity right now, which have changed dramatically over the last century, and who I hope and anticipate will continue to change over time. So any system that codifies metadata and has a selection criteria will be biased. And so it's about being vigilant and constantly responsive to the sort of political climate and understanding that without being so agile that you overreact at each point. You have to maintain a standardization in order for it to be valid and credible. So I think it's a constant sort of balance and tension that one must play with when creating databases.
I was just retaking the issue of funding agents, which I totally agree, you know, because funding agencies, again, retaking the theory of principal agent. Funding agencies are the principal, and they may establish a new standard. And I know, and the problem is, actually, most of them are run by scientists, by the researchers. And the researchers do not want to change the status quo. So this is a real problem. And if they start, and this is something that the GRC is doing for some time, I don't know how many years, but I remember at least 5 years ago, GRC started to, telling about evaluation, telling about curation of data, telling about having, using more the data they have, the funding agencies have. Because they do not use it, or they use it for the evil. They do not use it to study what's going on, who they are funding, what are the biases, what are the consequences of their funding. They do not study it. Although having a spectacular data source, they do not do this. And I believe that even when you talk to one of those big funding agencies, they say, we totally agree, you are fully engaged in this, but they aren't. They are not. There are, you go inside these funding agents and they say, oh, of course, we are doing, we are now we have a department of evaluation, of planning, whatever, and they put one person in this department to evaluate everything, to make a data curation, etc., etc. So it doesn't work. It doesn't advance much. And so when I enter into the website, the GRC website, looking for publications, I do not find publications. Sorry, Euclides, but there are important topics, highlighted topics about biases, about gender, about impact evaluation, etc., etc. But when you enter in this highlighting links, what appears to you? One page. So just one page, say kind of statements. Statements this, statement that, but there is no action indeed. And you say, we are not responsible for this. We do not have the governance to impose this kind of thing. Okay, but you are, made up of funding agencies. So what happens inside GRC?
Okay, so I think it requires a 1-minute history, because actually when the GRC was founded, the idea was really to bring HORCs, as we call heads of research councils, together, share common practice, do networking. But we evolved from that. We started with the gender working group, which became an EDI working group. We also have a responsible research assessment working group working. But you are right in the sense that the main outputs of the GRCs have been the statement of principles. And I think what is you're talking about, because I have one here.
Yeah, it's one page, two pages.
No, okay, well, sometimes it's one, sometimes it's three, but this is the statement of principle. So this is the stage we've been working on, is what I call, some people don't like it, civilizatory or homogenization stage. Because if you talk about merit review, principles for merit review, you will see that Paraguay, Guatemala, Ivory Coast have different ways of approaching the issues. So there was the need to sort of homogenize and create common grounds. So it's relatively easy to endorse. Everybody endorses. The implementation is another thing. So we are on this stage. We have we have this responsible research assessment group, the idea which is exactly to work on how to access, in general, the proposals for assessing research and researchers. But the diversity, there's two things which I think is very important. First, you can take GKI, DFG, NSF, and make a great program and move forward. But if you want to take the 50, 60, 70 agencies with you, you cannot sit in a 2-hour conference and you have to do a base work in there. And this is something that's happening. It takes longer than usual. And this is why, because, okay, if you take Europeans, they're far ahead. You saw Quora, we didn't organize responsive research assessment seminar in 2020. There's a very nice booklet and outcome, and all main agencies were involved, but other countries look at that report and there's a need to implement. And this is something we're working through this responsible research assessment work group, but it is slow. I have to say, it is slow. And this has been the main activity. So, from the GRC perspective, we would also like to be more than a group where the heads of research councils gather and share practice and do networking. We'd like to move towards being a platform to facilitate collaboration among the agencies. Huge resistance. It's not consensual that we should move towards being even if you only want to look what is missing there, that we could fill that gap, it's huge resistance. So it's very challenging to move forward in this research environment globally. I'm just reporting. It's not an excuse. We're trying to do it. But I would like to report it so that you understand what are the challenges that we're facing there.
This is very true. I mean, it has come in other environments as well. I remember the prolonged discussion in the United States between the Learned Society, whoever was the Learned Society, and the statistical agencies to define research and development funding as an investment instead of an expenditure. It took a long time. Until everybody was persuaded, and statistically, to classify R&D funding from expenditure into investment in the national accounts. It was really, really important. So they did. But it took the most important economists visiting Washington for years. Trying to work with the statistical agencies, right? I mean, for us here, for this group, right? What is R&D funding? Investment, right? You are investing. Not for the statistical agencies, no, that was not. It was classified differently. So you needed to tell them, because it has repercussions of how other numbers relate to it, you see? It's not just one number, it's many other numbers. Okay, so as you see, this group can have a very good discussion here forever. So I want to open this to the floor. If you have questions, please raise your hand. We have one question here online.
Yeah, more than a question, it's a comment, so I can go. And it goes to Cassidy. So this comes from Kevin. One of your early comments, speed is also an issue. In a decentralized system, particularly if it relies on grad students, things don't happen at market speeds. The pace at which features are added is a differentiated factor and helps industry, Elsevier, Clarivate keep their current status.
No? Is everybody so tired? Alison has it.
In the beginning, you were discussing about this global effort, like OpenAlex, open to make a global scientific database open. And yes, we can make some critiques, but in the end, we agree that we need something similar to that, right? But then you start discussing, is the OI good enough? OpenAlex and similar databases could have something like a table of several identifiers, the OI, OpenAlex identifiers, Cielo identifier, etc. This effort is happening. And then you mentioned something like, we already have the money. We gave this corporate entities money to build things like Elsevier, like Dimensions, and we could do something like OpenAlex. But I think my question goes in the direction to, do we consider OpenAlex an ally or not? It is a foundation, which is a mysterious name for the worst and the best in this world, right, at the same time. It is originated in something that Microsoft abandoned. I don't know if that's a good thing, probably is. And it's managed now by short people, and when they talk, I saw the presentation of Jason Bream and Granada. They present themselves, they have a business model for themselves. So in principle, they can operate by providing services, and they keep OpenAlex running like that. And in the backup, they have those venture capital grants that Amazon gives. So they store and manage things computationally that way. So we have this question, do we consider OpenAlex an ally, and we collaborate with them? Because most of the effort we plan, if I understood correctly, most of the effort we plan is to add features or to improve the disambiguation or to improve the biases on this pre-existing, or do we just copy them since it's open data and build something differently? What do you think? I leave this to Vincent, Vincent, this provocative man.
No, it's a good question. I think it's definitely an ally. There's no, to me, there's no question there. Jason and his team have been existing for probably something like 15 years so far, and having agreements with for-profit publishers, also non-for-profit, etc., and being able to actually leverage funding from these foundations to be able to build a collective infrastructure. So I think more power to them, definitely, and I think we need to collectively support, because what he's building is something that can only reach a certain level, which is a really macro, it's the structure of the house, but it's our job to make sure that there's electricity and that there's walls and that there's these other things in it. And
yes, they explicitly in their documentation says, Salis was asking this, they explicitly say we will not provide analytical tools, we will just provide the database.
Exactly.
So,
but that used to be the biggest thing. It was the most, remember that Web of Science had the monopoly over bibliometric data for 40 years. Between 1963 and 2003, when basically Scopus arrived, it's a complete monopoly. And now we have at least 10 to 12 alternatives to this, to what used to be a monopoly. And one of them, OpenAlex, of course, works on the ruins of Microsoft Academic. That's excellent. If a corporation decides to put something there that we can use, then that's great. The challenge is to make sure that we are able to manage it and keep it running and improve it.
Okay, thank you.
But I may respond to that too, because I think Allison's question and Kevin Boyak's question online, I think that there's an underlying theme there of the pressures that allow that to work, right? And so Jason Priam is working with market pressures. Kevin Boyak is responding to market pressures. They've both done phenomenal things for the community in terms of tool development. So the question to me, which is an interesting and stimulating academic question, is in an open collective system that is run by scientists itself, what would be the market pressures that allow it to exist, right? And I think we have to answer that and think about it. Is it incentive structures from funding agencies? Is it pressures from our individual evaluation systems? Like, what are the other pressures that would be strong enough to stabilize that system and not allow it to fail? So it's a very interesting question, I think.
You think something like, for example, could we develop like a project in FAPESP to cooperate with our research and build something like that?
But not only by FAPESP.
I'm giving an example.
A coalition of funding agencies, because no single one has the incentive to go alone. That's the thing. It's a standardization issue. They don't want to offer the services to everybody else. Right? It's a classic commons, the tragedy of the commons. I need to be across.
May I say something about this? This just reminds me that one question that is bouncing is what we can expect from this coalition, COARA, coalition for reforming the research assessment. I would like to know your opinion about this, because we can put a lot of expectation on this coalition, because at the end we are talking about reforming the basics of the research ecosystem. Reforming the assessment is reforming the indicators, is reforming the way people behave in this system. So what should we expect? Should we expect more than they are talking or less than they are talking?
Should I have?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess many people is asking that question. From my side, I mean, I like to say that at least there has been an assessment of the previous situation, or what is still the current situation. So what are the problems, what are the limitations, and then try to move on. So that let's say that motivation is good, is well founded. Perhaps the big question is, well, how do we do this in practice? What are the actual transformations that we're going to introduce in the assessments? That a bit also trigger my own thinking on how our field, how Centometrics, how databases can help in this thing. It was bringing back this paper from the 1999 from Tibor Brown on, well, Centometrics are tools to think, not the decision tools by themselves, the evaluation devices by themselves. I think should be an important transformation here. But then I believe that there must be a much broader discussion. There must be a much broader also agreements between different stakeholders. And yeah, it's, in a way, it's a complex situation that requires complex solutions.
So we had the annual meeting in The Hague from the GRC last May, and we had a side event on the Quora organized by Mark Schultz, Science Europe president. I think they have to do a lot of brokering to stop being an European initiative. And this is I think the main challenge is to break out of Europe. This is my understanding. And it leads a lot of conversation, a lot of work, and probably some years of discussion. But it is the way it is. We have something very nice from my perspective. We have the Sustainable Development Goals. Think of this, almost 190 nations signed a protocol on something on the Sustainable Development Initiative. This is unprecedented from my perspective. I'm optimistic regarding that we come around these issues like the Quora or other things. But this is a long-term process. If we have the time, I don't know, but it's still...
I'm going to start with a provocation. No, basically I said that research evaluation is too important to be left in the hands of researchers. And one could say also of funders. And there's something like expertise that exists in research evaluations and in bibliometrics. And what is fascinating with bibliometrics is every scientist thinks that they can do bibliometrics. I can go on the website and compile every 1H indices and all of that. And it's kind of the adverse effect of data being available. When there was the monopoly of Clarivate, only expert could go and compile data. Now you go on the web of, even on the Web of Science or on Google Scholar, and you can actually have everything you want and have a number and then think that it's actually the right number. So there needs to be, I think, a recognition that there's a community that has been working on that for 50 years, and that those have an expertise that the Lambda researcher does not necessarily have. The second point is the difficulty of experimenting with funding schemes, as well as the necessity of experimenting. So if we want to actually make better research evaluation, we probably need to experiment and understand what are the adverse effects and the good effects, because in the end, why are we evaluating researchers? It's to make science better. Of course, you can say it's for promotion of this and that, but why do we want to promote the best? It's so that collectively we make the best science that can exist. So I think funders need to think about that, government, institutions, about why are they evaluating, why are we investing into this thing of evaluating researchers. And now I think we need to experiment on what actually works best in terms of our evaluating scheme so that we can have more collective benefits.
Very good. So what's the next step? What do we do next, tomorrow? A project. How about that? How about that?
What is your answer, Nick?
This is my answer.
I think it's time for Nick to answer. What do we do next?
A project. We set up a project with experts like you, and with many funders. I wonder if some big philanthropic foundation actually is the way to start here. Because I think there will be a lot of persuasion for the funding agencies, the public funding agencies. First, we need to persuade them that this is valuable, actually, like what you were presenting today. For example, you, Cassie, that these are interesting things that do not exist in the data, and we need to be. I mean, they exist in the interesting data that you presented, but. That we can answer questions now that we were not, but we need to be careful with the data. So some demonstration projects will need to be step one, I think.
Can I comment on that?
Absolutely.
We started in 2019 a program pilot on the SDGs. And we got together 14 funding agencies. We put up 9 million euros, and we made a collective secretariat there. It's really working. We were thinking of funding something 30, 40, 500,000 euros projects. We received 200 applications. So there's a need for that. There's a really need for collaboration. So there's a possibility of making some pilot programs on there. You don't get all the agencies, but when you have 5, 6, 7 agencies, this would be interesting. We've been doing this, and we've been doing this. It was okay.
The critical mass, and then others will follow. Right?
Took about 2.5 years to build the project. I'll actually, but it's working actually. This is the first pilot we did on engaging more agencies than 1 or 2 or 3. This is a multilateral, and we just created a multilateral engagement group. The idea, which is to promote such a projects from many stakeholders actually together. So.
Okay, I think we have exhausted everyone here. Any questions on the floor? Yeah, everybody. So let's close this discussion and at this point. Yes, unless you have more statements here on the table. All right, let's close. And in a moment, I'm going to call Carlo to come here, who is an outsider to data, but he learned a lot today. He will tell us what. Yeah. Straight away. We can close
Okay, everyone, we are now reaching the end of our conference. And now I invite Nick and Professor Carlos Pietrobelli on the stage with their final considerations to the end of this conference. Carlo Pietrobelli is a professor and a policy advisor on innovation and industrial development and policy. He currently holds an UNESCO chair in STI policies for sustainable development in Latin America at United Nations University in Maastricht, and he's a professor of economics at the University Roma Tre in Italy.
Thank you. Thank you. So after all this discussion today, 2 economists here on the table will have the last word, right? That's a very interesting structure here. So I leave it to the wise economist here to tell us. Yeah.
I like the wise most of all.
The wise, yes.
Right. No, but that's a great outset and setup. I mean, having economists concluding this discussion, you know, now that economics is so fashionable that I don't think it's providing answers to the world, not as much as we would have liked, but you know, we'll try. Look, let me try. I'll try not to be too boring, and share a couple of considerations with you. First of all, let me thank everybody. I've been learning a lot. I've been taking lots of notes. I've been understanding more a number of issues. I've been opening a number of questions in my mind, which did not find answer, but it's always good to open up and find more questions rather than answers. And let me try to start with the very beginning. I mean, Nick this morning introduced the discussion and started asking questions like, is this data useful? Is this big data different from the past, or what is it? What does it make it different? And why are we discussing this today? And so I started thinking and wondering myself whether this is something different indeed, whether big data is just bigger size, bigger data. So we have more data sets. And we've seen that during the presentations, not all data sets were huge. I mean, we saw data sets with a few thousand observations, not too many. So I was wondering, is there something intrinsically different in this world that we see coming? And I guess, let me try to guess a few ideas here. I mean, I think this big data element is bringing something radically different. There's something different that has to do with the sources of data. This data is in many instances continuously generated. It's not something that is collected by statistical institutes through surveys or questionnaires, but it's something that is generated by the evidence. I mean, I'm referring to things like the Internet of Things, like consumption of electricity, like movement of people, like use of credit cards in different parts of the world at different times in different shops. This is something that goes on, not to mention the social media. I mean, it's something that is built by itself. So there's not an authority, an entity that is generating this data and makes it available afterwards. But it's something that goes on and on and on continuously. Secondly, something, a lot of the discussion today was on scientometrics and the measurement of science outputs and activities and relationships and so on. But of course, big data is much more than that. It's not only or mainly research, but it's data on consumption, use of things, movement, and so on. And a lot of today's discussion, at least at the beginning, was more on something that I would call, to some extent, codified information, codified knowledge, publications or citations or references and so on. Whereas there's a lot of additional information that is more tacit. Perhaps not completely tacit. I mean, social media is perhaps not really tacit because it's something embodied in some writing and some piece of information, but it has a different nature probably than publications or citations. The use of credit cards, transportations, the use of metro, the traffic lights going on and off, and depending on the traffic and the movement of cars and so on. So there's something. A lot of the discussion today was more uncodified, but there's a lot of uncodified and tacit and continuously generated information. And I think most importantly, I wonder to what extent this big data is modifying the behavior of individuals and firms. And I think this is the relevant thing, having all this data that is not produced by one authority, that is continuously generated, that is captured and gathered and made available to some extent, and depending on the rules set by somebody and not others, this is modifying behavior. So firms are assessing consumers and consumer demand in a different way, and they are influencing to a larger extent than in the past. There's more tools to do that. And conditioning and limiting and orienting demand, for example. And this is modifying the behavior of enterprises. So that's something we need to understand better and study. This is something that is making big data relevant. The same for organizations. I mean, not only firms. I mean, the way traffic management in big cities is managed, that uses increasingly big data. The health policy in many countries or cities or regions that is managed using all the information that goes together with the specific people, and the information these people going to hospitals bring with them, and this information that can be managed and that allows organizations to organize their health policy in a different way. So there's a number of things related to the behavior of firms, individuals, organizations that is changing. And of course, there's something that was discussed here with reference to scientometrics mainly, but it has a huge implication for how the economy works today. That is the issue of who gathers, who controls access to this information, who distributes this information, who shapes this information and makes it available selectively to each of us. You know, each of us uses social media, and we typically read something we like to read, and we don't read something we would not like to read, and this generates consensus that can be directed in one way or another. So it's huge implications. And therefore, you know, the big thing about regulation, how do we regulate all this? You know, the regulatory bodies are always behind this. Firms have been faster in getting access and making profits and carving niches and controlling access to much faster than any regulatory authority in the world. But that's the big question on the table nowadays, I think, is how this new way of organizing business and organizations that is made possible by the digital transition that produces a lot of big data is forcing us to rethink regulation in different ways. And one additional thing that I would like to say in this regard is that all these changes require different skills. They represent a challenge for our universities and schools and technical schools and so on, because we need to have, and the system will require people capable of dealing with this big data, dealing with this huge masses of information. I remember, I mean, I'm old enough to remember when I had to do a research home back in the school days, and then the issue was to find one source and eventually find one chapter and copy as much as possible and do your research. Whereas now, you just click on your computer and you flood it with all sorts of information. So the skills we have to teach our students with is related more to the selection, understanding what is worthwhile reading and understanding, how to put together different elements, how at the same time to be able to use data and understand the use of data and understand the complexity of this. There's one experience that I've been leading in my university in Rome, which is a new degree, a first-year degree, that we called, you know, it was a sort of a marketing exercise, but economics and big data. And this has been tremendously successful with more than 300 enrolled students the first year. And the challenge there was to try to teach the basics of economics, statistics and mathematics, and a bit of law, a bit of management and economics, together with information and programming. So they're 18, 19-year-old, and at the same time, and we thought it would be useful to do it early in their career rather than at the master's level, because I think the skills required need to be able to deal with this complexity early on. So, say an engineer or a programmer is used to work with mathematics and program, and if he or she were asked to study economics afterwards, and we know that in economics everything depends on something else, and there's a huge degree of probability of something happening that might be the opposite if something else happens. So the economic systems is intrinsically complex and complicated, and it's not determined by predetermined rules, not as much as engineering or physics or biology or other more scientific disciplines. So helping young people to deal with the complexity, with the rigor, and putting together the different skills, I think is a great challenge that we all need to face. And let me conclude with a few sentences that I took note of and that I learned during today's conversation. The academic community needs to regain control over evaluations. I very much agree with that. I think that's important. We need to remind ourselves that this is important. This is strategic, I think. Making the invisible visible, something that scientometrics can help doing. Scientometrics asking as a tool to ask the relevant questions, not as the typical, say, looking at the HT index and understanding who's been publishing and where and so on, and do a ranking, but really helping us to ask questions. Science that should fit for everyone. Discovering that depending on how you build the evidence, depending on who you ask to, the evidence would change. And therefore, the risk of coming up with a reality that is not real, but it looks real only because we asked some people and not others, it's dramatic. It's very worrying. And I'll remember this sentence. I like this discussion on the financing of the research system, whether to give large amounts of money to few or whether to give little amounts of money to many, and then in each case enhancing the probability of obtaining results or discovering something unexpected. And I would tend to lean towards the latter, because I think we need to remind ourselves that innovation has an intrinsic probabilistic nature, that there are many efforts to innovate on something, then many fail, and perhaps one succeed. And putting all the eggs in one basket and ex ante deciding who is most likely to win in this innovation race is probably not wise, especially nowadays that we're facing these dramatic changes. We don't know very much what is happening tomorrow in many different terms. The extent of knowledge and the variety of knowledge and the recombination of pieces of knowledge is surprising in many regards. So perhaps giving some money to many, as much as possible, but to many, and betting on the discovery of new solutions is probably wiser in a world where we don't know how to deal with what is happening and coming up. Look at the climate change and what is happening everywhere. So, I think I can stop here. I've been learning very much. Let me thank Nick once again for inviting me here, and everybody for all the discussions, and I look forward to continuing on these themes and engage in additional conversations. Thank you.
Carlo, thank you very much. This was fantastic. This was fantastic, and you see, the reason I called an economist here at the end is because all we are talking about on this since the beginning of the day today is resource allocation. Is how do we use this data to allocate resources more efficiently, to make us all happier, to make societies better. So that's exactly what economists try to do, some economists. He is one of them. I liked very much, actually. We did not discuss very much today all this other data that Carlo was referring to, outside of bibliometrics so I wanted also to bring this attention to that data and the huge question that we have in our field of how they relate to the traditional data. So with Bruno, with Bruno over there, we are, for example, researching regional ecosystems. Well, regional ecosystems, very much the research on regional ecosystems will very much benefit from this data that we were covering today here. But it will also benefit very much from data on behavior of individuals. of households, of amenities in the region, of other investments that are going in the region, of the presence of schooling, of poverty, that is other kinds of data that are outside of what we are covering here. Economies need to use the totality. And that's why at the beginning in my introduction today, I sort of showed that very complicated graph from the OECD that defined this project, because it's many different forces actually that the ideas will need to channel through in order to become an innovation. Right? And the factors are technical, social, economic. No science has a final word on this. So I believe this idea, Carlo just threw out some ideas that are very, very interesting actually, and I will need to think a little bit about. Like the data that we were discussing here, a Schumpeterian economist would call codified information, and as we know from studies of innovation, there are two kinds of information that are important: codified and tacit. So he was talking about tacit and whether the other data that are being produced just as a matter of life. We walk on the street. Our doorbell captures the neighbors moving in the neighborhood, the traffic, and so forth. If actually all those other habitual data can somehow be captured as creating aspects of tacit information, behaviors. Right? And this has been the most difficult thing in economics. I always remember this one joke, right? Everybody, I think, knows the joke with the drunk and the keys. You know this joke, right? Everybody knows this joke. It's a very so. Let me say it once again. So the night, and this guy under the lamp on the street, under the street lamp is looking there on the bench, and this other fellow taps him on the back. Says, "What? Did you lose something?" He says, "Yeah." This drunk person. He says, "Yeah. I lost my keys." I says, "Where? Did you lose them here?" He said, "No, I didn't. I lost them there." So why are you looking here? Because there is a light, right? So the data and what we do with the data. That we can actually will make a lot of a difference in how well we find, how nicely we find our keys at night. So, having said that, I stop from the podium, and if people have comments, the mic is open. Anything. Vincent, you are a man of
When do we meet next?
Yeah, when do we meet next? It's a big question. Certainly here in this forum, I know when we will meet next, a year from now. A year from now, it will be the final conference, the final congregation of this group. It will be a bigger event, I know that. It will be several days. And if FAPESP likes our proposal, we may have a 10-day school attached to it. So we will bring a lot of graduate students here, more than 100 from all over the world. For a school on topics, the topics that we handle in this meeting and previous ones. So I know that. A year from now, certainly. Hopefully earlier than that, so we meet somewhere. Any final comments? Any statements? Okay, I don't see anything. Do we have anything online? No? All right, so I think we can close this on this note. It has been, thank you very, very much for coming. It's been a pleasure, and I hope you learned as much as I did today, because I learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you.